trickle in. All the ELTAC members should be co-hosts and should be able to unmute themselves. If you can't, we have the QA box, and we have Leanne Castle pinch hitting for Jen McLaren today as our scribe.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All right. With that, let's get started and let's call to order here. I know we're going to have a couple ELTAC folks coming in late. I know at least of the attendees, I'm seeing one that's missing, but I'm going to stop sharing. Let's see if we can get all the ELTAC members to share the screen and we'll give a roll call. Let's see. So start with myself here. Christopher Hand as Elaps Delapo. We'll move on to the chair, Judy Morgan.
Sorry, couldn't find my mute button. Judy Morgan, VP and Chief Compliance Officer, current chair of ELTAC.
All right.
Working for Pace Analytical. Sorry.
And then we have Andrew Hamilton.
Good morning, Andrew Hamilton, Assistant Deputy Director of OEMA, and actually acting State Water Board QA Officer.
Great, glad to have you here, Andrew. Peter.
Peter Arth, Director of Environmental Toxicology for Enthalpy Analytical.
Great, thank you. Augustine.
Hi, good morning. So Augustine Pieri, Technical Director at WEC Labs.
Great, thank you. I have Lisa Stafford attending as the alternative for Pam, who has since retired.
Lisa Stafford, Quality Assurance Director for Eurofins Environment.
Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you.
And then Melissa.
Melissa Hall with the Division of Drinking Water's Regulatory Development Unit.
Great, thank you. We also have another new member here, John Franco. Want to give yourself an introduction?
John Franco Saraceno. I'm the Quality Manager at the Department of Water Resources.
Great, thank you. Carol Wortham, I don't know if she's here quite yet. She said she probably would be late today. Yes, she's not here quite yet. And then Jasmitha, who I know should be attending, but I don't see her right now. And then Sam.
Yeah, good morning. This is Sam Choi. I'm the Laboratory and Ocean Monitoring Manager at Orange County Sanitation District.
Great. Thank you all ELTAC attendees who are here. Sorry we had to pivot to entirely remote. We did that for the hurricane that hit Southern California to prevent any unnecessary travel for us here. But with that, I'm going to move on to item 2, which is our DELAPO report. If any folks here had, actually, let's share the screen again. So our agenda we got here today, we have starting with the DELAPO report, and then we have some items before lunch, and then after lunch, we're going to be discussing at length the ELEP fee regulatory language. But if the DELAPO reports are provided as a written document included with the meeting packet, while we like to get you the slides ahead of time, this session is a little bit different. And we had a little bit of a time crunch for pretty much everyone who's giving a presentation today. So we'll get those meeting slides after the meeting here. Let me collate them and let me make sure we have them available to send to anyone who wants them after the meeting. So if you want, send an email to the general inbox and I'll be sending it out to all of the ELTAC members directly. So if you have contact for one of the ELTAC members, you can reach out to them as well. This item's here if anyone has any questions on the DELAPO report, or if anyone wants to discuss. If not, we'll move on to item 3. Hearing none. Item 3, and I'm going to pass this over to Melissa, who hopefully can share her screen, being a co-host.
We're gonna find out. Let's see.
Actually, Chris, can I ask a question about the DELAPA report? I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. No, that's quite all right.
I just
Welcome,
had,
Shasmita.
hi, Chris. I'm sorry I joined the meeting a little bit
That's
late.
quite all right.
Hello, everybody. So I have a question about the ELTAC subcommittee, the method development and validation document, right? This was
Yes.
something that was developed by the subcommittee
Mhm.
and it was never presented to ELTAC. So I was just wondering what the process was on ELTAC. My understanding was that it would be first internally reviewed by ELTAC's group before it was evaluated or reviewed by the ELAPs and the other state agency partners. So I was just wondering what the process was on ELTAC, or what the role of ELTAC members was
Yes. So
on the different tasks that are assigned to ELTAC members.
right. So we had the subcommittee document that finished its first draft. And the subcommittee said, I think this is a good point. We're going to stop here. However, when ELAP internal staff got the document, they established a need for an kind of an extra document, if you will, or a document that puts it into context of how the guidance document made by ELTAC could be used at the state agency level. And that document is being worked on with ELAP staff, some internal folks here at the water boards, to kind of set the stage of when you would use this document, what use it would, or how useful it could be, and kind of what role it fills. And so that's the piece that's kind of holding it up in terms of moving it further along, is we want to make sure that when folks get it, because not everyone who works at the water boards is an expert scientist in their field, like all of us here are. So we want to have that context to make sure they're not misinterpreting something that's in the document, and make sure those kind of external state processes meet their own kind of role and need. And that document is really better created at the water board and with ELAP and with program input, if that makes sense.
No, it does. It totally makes sense.
Yeah.
But I was just under the impression that, since it was an ELTAC developed document, that it would be first reviewed by its members before it goes out for review by others.
Yeah, so the document itself isn't being reviewed. It's that internal document that we want to make sure frames the context of it that's
Gotcha.
being developed. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that one has been in progress for a while. All right. With that, I'm going to pass it over to Melissa. I did see her PowerPoint show up here for a second.
Okay. So Division of Drinking Water just wanted to give an update on where we are at with developing detection limits for purposes of reporting and some of the method validation work that's been underway. And we'll go over some of the MCL review from 2018 and some of the findings of that, current work on DLR development, some of the method validation work we have underway, and other things to look forward to in the near future, or in our terms, near future, and opportunities for laboratory engagement. So we'll start with the MCL review. Health and Safety Code section 116365 requires MCLs to be set as close to the public health goal as is economically and technologically feasible, placing primary emphasis on protection of public health. They have to be no less stringent than national standards. They're supposed to be reviewed every 5 years to see if we can achieve greater protection of public health and closer attainment of public health goal. The last review was conducted in 2018, so we are due for that review now. For the 2018 review, we found that of the 89 maximum contaminant levels, 62 of those are still above the public health goal, and 38 of the DLRs are still greater than the public health goal. So we wanted to focus for this talk on the DLRs. This is just a rough flow chart of some of the steps involved in establishing or developing an MCL proposal. The ones that are outlined in bold red are where DLRs and occurrence data have impacts in that development process. So for current work, we have the one that's getting the most attention right now is we do have the MCL, the proposed MCL for hexavalent chromium out. We published that for public comment in a notice of proposed rulemaking in June and held the Administrative Procedure Act public hearing to receive oral comments on August 2nd and extended the written comment period to August 18th, so just last Friday. We are, just to put it in context for the statutory requirements, there is a public health goal of 0.02 micrograms per liter based on small intestine cancer and another health protective value for liver toxicity at 2 micrograms per liter. So those were the goals, and I apologize for the inconsistency in how I listed liter. So we did propose an MCL of 10 micrograms per liter. We're proposing a DLR of 0.1 microgram per liter. It's just one order of magnitude lower than what was established in 2014. We are also proposing a 2 to 4 year compliance schedule based on system size. That would not result in any delay in initial monitoring requirements for water systems. The existing requirement for initiating monitoring for the 6-month window would stay in effect. It wouldn't be delayed by the 2 to 4 year compliance schedule. And we are listing this time because these are California specific regulations and we can't rely on pointing to the federal regulations this time. We are specifying the 2 hexavalent chromium methods in the proposed regulations. Next up, for DLRs will be the metal DLRs. We have I've already gone over the review of these first few bullets, but we really focused in on metal DLRs because of the interest in lead in particular. And while we were looking at lead, we realized that we could be maybe more efficient and look at all of the metals at the same time, since it's we can pick up other contaminants with the same method suites. So we have been working with ELTAC and the laboratory community to determine which DLRs can be lowered. We started with the metals. We will be moving on to other contaminants soon. We've really appreciated Augustin's assistance, our one-person ELTAC work group on developing these surveys, as well as the assistance of Chris Hand and Andrew Hamilton in particular, been really helpful in trying to translate from the engineers to the laboratory community on how we can do this. We did hold a pre-rulemaking workshop for the metals back in November. We took those comments into consideration and we are gearing up to issue the notice of proposed rulemaking this fall. We again really appreciate the laboratories that responded to our surveys and the follow-up conversations after the pre-rulemaking workshop. Those have been really helpful. I'd like to encourage more laboratories to participate and hopefully for future efforts break the 50% response rate from the laboratories. But we are looking for fall of this year to proceed with a notice of proposed rulemaking. And then this is what we will be proposing. There aren't huge changes from our pre-rulemaking proposal last year, but we did make some slight adjustments based on feedback that we received. So this will include a new and revised metal DLRs, revised for the primary MCLs, new for the secondary MCLs. If there is a metal for the metals that had primary and secondary MCLs, we will add in identical DLRs in the secondary standards. We're also including some units correction for uranium and revisions to the lead and copper rule text so that we aren't changing the triggers for monitoring frequencies. We just want to collect data at lower concentrations. Okay. Going on to some of the near future work with DLRs, we are looking to, we have the other suites of contaminants to look at too. Our next round will probably focus on volatile and or synthetic organic chemicals. We'll tackle radionuclides eventually, and we will be looking to develop DLRs as we get new and revised public health goals coming in from OEHA. To start though, these are the contaminants we're seeing as needing movement on the DLRs out of the VOC suite. They're listed here in order of room for growth in terms of lowering the DLR. So these will be the ones that we're focusing on for the VOCs. The last two on the list, 1,2-DCP and styrene, yes, the PhD, the DLR is already equal to the PhD. We did hear from the laboratory community and the water systems with 1,2,3-TCP, the discomfort with having an MCL set equal to the DLR. So we will look for opportunities to move those DLRs as well. They will be a lower priority, and we will be even more conscious of potential cost impact. So we may be looking just for opportunities to go a little bit lower and without changing the price point too much. So those are the VOCs. Next, the SOCs, a longer list. Oops, sorry about that. And I think more methods involved potentially. So again, these are in order by kind of room for growth on the DLRs or room for movement. We will be looking for additional assistance from a work group on developing the method surveys. If any laboratories have feedback on how we can improve our approach to looking at multiple contaminants or multiple method analyte pairs at the same time for cost purposes or laboratory capabilities, capacity, what concentrations you can reliably achieve, we really would appreciate that, because we'd like this to be as little of a burden as possible while getting the information we need to move forward with lowering the DLRs. So we're very much open to feedback on that. Next, we do have new and revised public health goals for disinfection byproducts. OEHA updated or split the total trihalomethanes public health goal into individual public health goals for each of the trihalomethanes a few years ago, and then issued final public health goals, first time public health goals for the haloacetic acids at the end of last year as well. So we do have to push through hexavalent chromium and some of the other priority rulemakings, but this is one that is to look forward to in the next few years. Is we do need to start revisiting the disinfection byproducts, and part of that will be a review of DLRs to reflect the current public health goals as much as possible. OEHA is also still working on public health goals for perfluorooctanoic acid or PFOA and perfluorooctane sulfonic acid or PFOS. They did just release a notice of extending the comment period on the second draft to August 29th. So that one is still in comment. Obviously, US EPA also has its proposal for how to regulate PFAS contaminants in drinking water. So those will be coming up, and we will be looking at establishing detection limits for purposes of reporting for those contaminants as well. We also have NDMA. There's a 2006 public health goal that's out there, no MCL yet. That PhD is also currently in review. So to the extent that there's potential for movement there, we will be keeping an eye on that in terms of developing eventual DLRs. And then we have a PhD request into OEHA from 2019 for 1,4-dioxane. They have been, we've been keeping them pretty well busy with PFAS for the most part the last few years. So once those clear out, I think they will be able to turn a little bit more attention to 1,4-dioxane. And then just a status update on new and proposed notification or new and revised notification and response levels. We've been talking about cyanotoxins for a while. We do have recommendations from OEHA for notification levels for different duration exposures for these 4 cyanotoxins. We are looking to propose notification and response levels for anatoxin A, microcystins, and cylindrospermopsin. Initially, we are sorting out, if you're wondering why this is taking a while, we're trying to figure out some practical considerations in terms of messaging to the public and how to communicate risk and sampling location issues to make this something that can be implemented. and that the public can understand. So that's what we're sorting out internally before we make a formal proposal on that. Saxitoxins, we will be delaying our proposal for notification response level until we have a valid method, and that I'll be talking about that shortly. For manganese, drinking water staff derived a health protective concentration of 20 micrograms per liter. That WEHA concurred with that with some additional comments. We took those comments into consideration and proposed revised notification and response levels in February of this year. The proposal was 20 micrograms per liter for the notification level and 200 micrograms per liter for the response level. We did present a board informational item earlier this year, but have not yet issued those as we take into consideration comments received at the information item. And again, some practical considerations about messaging relative to the existing secondary MCL of 50. And we will be considering a public health request for this one eventually as well. The next part we have is method validation. We mentioned, I think the last meeting, that we are working on method validation for contaminants for which we don't currently have accreditation offerings for drinking water where we need those. The one that we've been working on the longest has been nitrosamines. This has a few drivers for it, and I'll get into those later, but the primary analytes of interest are NMOR and NDMA. NMOR because it has come up as with health implications in recycled water, and NDMA because we've had a public health goal for a long time and we need an MCL and we need to offer an accredited method eventually. So saxitoxins for the reasons we gave earlier on the we're trying to develop a notification response level, and then 2 additional contaminants that we're keeping an eye on as contaminants of emerging concern. So for nitrosamines, they are disinfection byproducts. NDMA has a public health goal that was established in 2006 based on carcinogenicity. There is an existing notification response level. NDEA and N-nitrazodipropylamine, which I forgot to abbreviate, have the same notification response level. So all 3 of those contaminants have notification response levels. We do need to have accredited method offerings. We're also looking at NMOR for recycled water. We have been working to do a multi-laboratory validation effort for the Eurofins, the Eurofins modification to EPA 521. The initial purpose of this was primarily to validate it for NMOR, since that was not one of the listed target analytes. But we are looking at this more broadly because we have these notification levels for the other 3 contaminants, and we're looking to collect adequate occurrence data for NDMA in particular to proceed with MCL development. So the multi-laboratory validation has been completed. We are reviewing all of the comments received. We really appreciate the laboratories that participated in this and provided their feedback. The validation study is in final internal review at this time, and we are hoping to be able to offer accreditation later this winter. That is depends on DDW's internal review in the drinking water program in particular. This isn't just in ELAP's hands yet. We haven't handed it over to them yet. So just in case anybody's impatient on that front, it's not ELAP's fault if it's slow. So that's something drinking water program's working on. And we are going to be looking at different possibilities for collecting monitoring data needed to support MCL development, because right now it's very scarce and we do not want to develop an MCL on that small of a data set at this time. Next up, saxitoxins. The Division of Drinking Water has a contract right now with the California Department of Food and Agriculture Center for Analytical Chemistry. We are looking to, we have a contract with them for method development and validation. Right now it's mostly validation, but the next 3 will be with them. So for just a little bit of background, saxitoxins is one of a number of cyanotoxins. It is a neurotoxin produced by some cyanobacteria and is most notable for being associated with paralytic shellfish poisoning. We are looking to develop either a lyso or screening method and possibly a quantitation method for saxitoxins prior to issuance of a notification and response level for this contaminant. But right now, CDFA is ready to validate the method in the drinking water matrix. We were able to lean on a method developed by another state for ambient monitoring, and we're ready to validate it for drinking water now. We do, however, need to get some finished drinking water samples so that CDFA can validate it in matrix that we would be performing these analyses and going forward. We're looking in particular for finished drinking water samples. Prior to entry to the distribution system, we want to get that kind of that highest chlorine concentration to challenge the method. But we will be using that as samples to be spiked to determine method recovery precision. And we would not be submitting those to DDW's water quality database. So we have some water systems that we would love to work with. Some of them are very anxious about the possibility of this going into the drinking water data system and being communicated to consumers. It's not going there. So I'm asking laboratories here, if there's anybody in the municipal laboratory in the greater Sacramento area or with something that we can do a round trip in a day, we would really appreciate if you could let us know if you might have a water system that would be open to letting us collect a sample at their finished water point. The sample bottles would be prepared by CDFA's Center for Analytical Chemistry and transported to and from by the water system by DDW staff. And again, it would not be submitted to DDW's water quality database. So please let me know if any of you have a municipal laboratory or know a municipal laboratory that might have a water system willing to participate. Next up, and these two are more of the CEC stage. 1,4 or 1,H benzotriazole is a heterocyclic low molecular weight compound widely used as a corrosion inhibitor, anti-fogging agent, plastic stabilizer, and UV inhibitor. It has a potential health impact associated with kidney toxicity, and we are looking for method development validation for this. We have CDFA is looking at a direct injection LC-MS-MS, and I have notes from my staff that I think there was no extraction required with an exclamation mark, which may be more significant to the laboratories than it is to me, but they're looking for a direction. They've got a method that they think will work with direct injection. We do have a target minimum reporting level of 3 parts per billion, and it looks like they're saying that they can achieve that. It has been validated for tap and deionized water. It has a holding time of 72 hours, and CDFA is ready to validate in source and finished drinking water and conduct a multi-laboratory validation. So again, we would be looking for any laboratories in the area that would be open to letting us collect a sample to use in validating for source and finished drinking water, or laboratories willing to participate in a multi-laboratory validation for this analyte. And then the last method that we currently have in development or validation is for trifluoroacetate, TFA, trifluoroacete. It's a persistent mobile ultra short chain PFAS. It's a precursor for PFAS, a solvent, and a polymerization catalyst. It's also something that is expected to not be removed by conventional drinking water treatment processes and is just all over the place in surface water apparently, and a large fraction of total PFAS in drinking water supplies, according to at least one study. So we wanted to keep an eye on this relative to, or be prepared to analyze for this relative to overall efforts related to PFAS management. The proposed method is LC-MS-MS and a target minimum reporting level of 10 parts per billion. This one's the least far along, but so far CDFA is telling us that they have good looking peaks for 2 of the TFA transitions and the internal standard. And the method is optimized and ready to start an MDL study. So that's where they're at with that one. And then just to wrap up, just what are opportunities for laboratory engagement. So pre-rulemaking, we would love to see laboratory participation, whether from municipal or commercial laboratories in work groups. I can give Augustine some company. We would love to have volunteers to participate in multi-laboratory validation as we move forward with validating some of these methods so that we can be a little bit more ahead of the game with contaminants of emerging concern. We would love to see increased participation or continued responses to laboratory surveys, and any feedback from those who have participated or perhaps declined to participate previously because it was too difficult or time consuming, if they could feedback on how we can improve our survey efforts would be great. In particular, we're looking at cost data for multiple analytes in many cases, what instrumentation is being used, and timelines if a laboratory needs to either train staff or acquire instrumentation or go through, if they're municipal one in particular, the funding authorization for purchases, that sort of stuff. That's very helpful for us in determining approaches to DLRs and any potential compliance schedules associated, or if we try to stage the DLRs, for example, or stagger them by years. And of course, providing comments on preliminary drafts. Again, those were very helpful for the metal DLRs preliminary draft that we issued last year. And then again, in the formal rulemaking, really appreciate getting constructive comments, and especially if alternatives are proposed and why. That's so helpful for us in justifying why we made a final selection or a final proposal to the board for adoption. And that's what I have. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Melissa, hey, thank you for the presentation. That's great information. So what is the timeline for all these revised or proposed DLRs / MCLs for the various contaminants? I mean, we kind of are informed on the metals, but in terms of the volatiles and the SOCs and the other parameters that you presented, what is the timeline for that?
So for the metals, like I mentioned, we're starting this, we expect to start this fall for the notice of proposed rulemaking. The next batch in terms of DLRs would be the VOCs or SOCs. We would like to see, hear back from anybody here or any other laboratories if there's a way to improve our approach, or just any feedback on the survey approach for the metals before we start the VOC and SOC lab surveys. We would like to start those late this fall, and we can go ahead with the way we did it before, but we're hoping that if somebody has suggestions for improvement, we'd like to take those into consideration and try to be as careful with how much time we're asking from laboratories as possible.
Right. Yeah. One of the feedback from the metals survey was the outreach, right? Not very many labs were informed of that survey. So, you know, we would just recommend, or at least I would recommend, reaching out to the other professional organizations so we can get that survey out for more participation and engagement from laboratories. Because, you know, as you mentioned, it's very important for labs to be involved from get-go to get all the information needed before we get to that point of DLRs and MCLs.
Right, right. Do you have any recommended organizations to do outreach to? We were typically focusing on who currently had accreditation for a particular analyte and reaching out to them, but if there are other...
You can definitely do that, but then, you know, like even through CASA, through ELTAC, through Civiqua, BACWA, they have a huge network and their members. It could be a duplicative request, but, you know, I'd rather get those requests to as much of a larger population than fewer. So I would definitely recommend reaching out to some of those actively engaged organizations. I know CWEA, BACWA, Civiqua, CASA, SCAP, and all of those are very actively involved.
Okay. If anybody has any suggestions to contacts for those, if they've got subcommittees or something like that for the laboratory side, that would be great. Otherwise, I can go to websites and find contacts.
And who do we send those contact lists to, Melissa? You or Chris?
Me would be good.
Okay.
Chris is just going to hand it to me.
Definitely. No, we can definitely do that. And then I got one more question before I monopolize your time. In terms of approving this new, in terms of the method validation, again, I'm not going to beat it to death, but I'm just wondering if the method validation document that our subcommittee developed is being used, or, you know, what the timeline on that document is, Chris. I guess it's a two-part question. The first is to Melissa, if that document is being used when validating these new methods. And second is, what is the timeline for rolling out that document?
So we started the nitrosamines method validation prior to the existence of that document. So we don't have that. The others we haven't started. So if that document has been finalized, that's something certainly that we would take into account. We're trying to plan to be anything that we would ask a water system or a laboratory that would propose a method. We're trying to not be hypocrites and actually try to meet the same standards. So that's part of why we're going through that multi-laboratory validation effort.
Thank
And
you.
then to get to the timeline for the document, and then we'll move over to Peter.
Chris, real quick, if I may add
Yeah.
to supplement Melissa's comments, is some of those method validation efforts, part of the requirements for the lab is to follow the drinking water ATP method validation process. So elements that we've outlined in the ELTAC document will be utilized. So even if it's not finalized as by the time they move into that method validation process, we're following, or they will be following, the drinking water ATP process.
Yeah, beat me to it.
Not
Andrew.
not actually submitting it to the EPA, but aligning their efforts with the national ATP efforts.
And then in terms of the other document, it's being worked on, and we're hoping to get something back to ELTAC because we want both documents to be available for ELTAC's review at the same time. One for the context on terms of ELAP side, and then one for the guidance document that the subcommittee created. And we're hoping to get those by the end of the year. Whether or not we achieve the goal remains to be seen, but it does show promise and movement. But we're coordinating with a bunch of different folks who don't have a whole lot of time. But yeah, like Andrew said, Melissa's team has been using the US EPA's ATP process as their guideline.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Peter.
Yeah, so I was just going to add on in terms of resources, the groups that Truth brought up are mostly agency driven associations. I would think that ACIL is another one on sort of the private lab side, and I won't speak for Judy since she's on here. But and I'll see if I can get Allison McKenzie's question at the same time. Using ELAP and for groups that are already accredited, that can go to just a single person in the group, and they may not know what to do with it. To get to leadership level folks in the labs, whether it's CSEA or ACIL, I think there's some other groups that you can tap from the commercial side to get broader participation on this. I don't know, Judy, if you want to add on to that or not.
Yeah, yeah, I can add to that. Yeah, I was actually going to raise my hand and bring up something similar. Yeah, so ACIL, I mean, the good thing about that group is we've got a number of laboratories that are already, involved in doing method validation, participating in these types of multi-lab validations and things like that. It's just we don't always have access to where the need is. So, hearing this and being part of this, we will go back with, to the ACIL members and give this information to them and look for any kind of assistance or help or participation that we can offer in that regard. Allison McKenzie is on here too. I saw her pop up earlier, so I know that being located right there in California, she also has ideas for resources along with ACIL. So I think there's a number of different avenues that we can take. We can also notify the Environmental Monitoring Coalition, which is has a lot of the same members that ACIL has, just with a little bit different focus, and put the information out there as well.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I do have a quick question though, from the standpoint of the current validation or the initial validation activities around some of the analytes and stuff. The CDFA, I'm assuming, is California Department of Food and Agriculture.
Yes.
It just out of curiosity, and it's because I don't understand how all states do this, but is their laboratory accredited or certified by the accreditation agency?
Yeah, so I can answer that one.
Okay.
Because their lab does a lot of things. They are also the contract lab for the Department of Pesticide Regulation.
Mhm.
So they do a lot of pesticides work for that agency. And they are ISO 17025 accredited. So because they kind of do a whole bunch of weird things. So they have ISO accreditation in terms of what they do. That's actually similar to Carol. If she was here, she would advocate for her laboratory, but I won't do it nearly as the same justice. But her laboratory at the Department of Toxic Substance Control is also ISO 17025 because they also do a bunch of weird and unusual things specific for the Department of Toxic Substance Control usually. So same kind of scheme, doesn't fall under ELAP because they're not doing ELAP regulatory work. So they're choosing not to get ELAP accreditation, but they do get accredited from ISO.
Yeah, it's a good point because from the standpoint of ISO accreditation, outside of typical agencies, ISO follows a process where if you need to add compounds that are unfamiliar to a typical, analytical program, the process for the ILAC signatories, I think maybe there is still 4, but A2LA, ANAB, IAS, PJLA, and AIHA is one, but they don't really cover this particular thing. But nevertheless, with those accreditors, they actually have a process that follows all the way through on a validation to add compounds. So it makes it a little bit more broad and a little bit more useful than the confines of a typical state accreditation or certification program.
Yeah, they don't really do routine work.
Right.
So the
Yeah.
ELAP
So it makes
is
more
much
sense.
more the routine bucket. Yeah. I don't know what agencies they use. You can send an email to Carol to figure out who hers is. And then we used to have Miriam, who was at the CDFA laboratory, but has since promoted to a different state agency, which is why we lost one of the members. But we do get John Franco over here at the Division of Water Resources. I got that right. Department of Water Resources. The laboratory over in West Sacramento. So. All right, we have any other questions for Melissa?
I do have one other. Sorry, I made some notes while she was talking. So I was looking at. I think there's the public health goal. There's the DLR. There's the MCL. From the standpoint of the public health goal and how much lower it is than the DLR or even the MCLs, can you help me understand how to get to that? How you get to the eventual public health goal?
So we don't derive the public health goal. That's all Office of
Okay.
Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. And they have their own statutory requirements for what they have to consider in deriving that. And they go into great detail as to how they derive their public health goals in their development documents. And they go through a similar process to all CALIP agencies if they're developing a sort of, if it's regulatory or policy or could be used in that fashion, they are required to go through an external scientific peer review process as well. So their public health goals, they usually do a call for papers, and then they consider those. They probably already considered a lot of data before the call for papers. Very often they do 2 public comment periods, and somewhere in there's also the external scientific peer review process. So they go through a pretty lengthy, involved process to develop that. But those are not developed here. They do the science, they do the toxicological assumptions, and then it comes over to the State Water Board now for the practical considerations as to feasibility and cost.
Yeah, I was going to add on that OEHA doesn't really look at if that is a value that could be measured in a water sample. That's not one of the criteria that they check before giving the public health goal.
And honestly, that was the reason behind the question. Is there such a significant difference? I noticed in some cases that we're a few years away from technology that might be able to get us to those levels.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I was just kind of curious what the expectation was when you're, as you're looking at these numbers.
Yeah, no, we know that some of these are, it's the methodology for how they derive these numbers. They are not actually measured values in most cases. So unless they're acute contaminants, right? If they're like nitrate, for example, then you can definitely do that. But the carcinogens in particular, those are not measured values very often. So we have our goal in statute based on a WEHA's public health goal, and we will try, but that is part of what we're supposed to consider in developing MCLs, and the DLRs is part of that. Is just, is this actually doable? Is this feasible?
Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Hey, Melissa, so following up on Judy's question about public health goals and MCLs and DLRs, right? Chrome 6, the 10 parts per billion was already challenged. And I see that the new, I understand that this is going through a rulemaking process. So the proposed MCL is still left at 10, but I noticed the DLR has gone down an order of magnitude. And so I was just wondering, just curious, I don't know if this is the right platform for that or not, but what the driver was for that when the 10 parts per billion was initially challenged, and now that's even lower. I understand it's just DLR, but it's still lower to 0.01.
So we set forth the reasoning for the proposed MCL and DLR in the initial statement of reasons, and all the detailed explanation is there. Regarding proposing the same concentration for the MCL this time as was proposed and adopted a decade ago, essentially, the court didn't rule that the MCL itself was a problem. The court ruled on the considerations that we described, or that CDPH described in proposing the MCL then, and some of the considerations. So for this MCL, we did start from scratch. We had a lot more monitoring data than was available a decade ago, because the MCL and the monitoring requirements were in effect for a short time. So we did have the benefit of additional data. That was all taken into consideration. But the reasoning for the MCL is all set forth in the initial statement of reasons. The DLR, in particular, I think the opportunity to go lower there, though, was at the time the MCL regulation was being developed and proposed back in 2013, 2014 at CDPH. They had not yet evaluated whether they wanted to use EPA 218.7 in analysis, and very shortly thereafter, I think it was maybe June 2014, they did give their approval, and any LEP offered for accreditation to 18.7. So, and then that was was able to be more sensitive. That was the one that was used, I think, in UCMR. So we did have that data, and we were able to, as we went through the DLR lab survey a few years ago, it looked like it was more doable, and there was more capacity to get lower than it would have looked like a decade ago.
Thank you.
I thought I saw Augustin's hand up earlier.
Yeah, I was just gonna briefly ask, but don't think it's too important. But if you could let us know what's going to happen with those methods. So those three methods you're validating via benzotriazole, TFA, and saxitoxin. What are they going to be used for? Once they're validated, let's say the method looks good and validated through the regular process, multi-lab, whatever is needed, what would they be used for then?
Okay, saxitoxin, we did make a request a few years ago to a WEHA for a recommendation for a notification level. They did provide one. We would like to establish notification response levels. We really want to stop establishing those without having valid methods out there, because while not all analytes with notification and response levels eventually get MCLs, they are kind of on the short list to head that direction. And if we would like to have accredited laboratory and analyses being provided that water systems are using to make their decisions about whether they need to proceed with notification or and eventually if one of these contaminants does get to the point where we see enough occurrence to decide to proceed with a request for public health goal and eventual MCL development, we want really solid defensible data set upon which to base those determinations. Those are on two different fronts. Potentially water systems and their customers are potentially spending a lot of money for some of these MCLs, but there's also the health impacts. We would really like to be confident in this data as we communicate potential health risks. So we see importance in having accredited methods offered for anything that's that advanced or that high profile for us, that they're at a notification response level stage. And
Cool.
then sorry, go ahead.
That makes sense. It's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And then the other two, we're keeping an eye on just one of them is just fitting very nicely into the PFAS slot. And we were looking for gaps. Where do we have gaps where there's potential health impacts? We'd like to have enough data to that one. We'll see how it goes. We would like to have that as an offering, but especially as we get into direct potable reuse and other arenas where some things that are have the potential to pass through RO or are very prevalent, we'd like to be getting more regularly, getting ahead of the game. And the methods are really the first thing we need to have covered before we get into occurrence or regulation development. And we really want to start emphasizing the importance of having validated and accredited method offerings.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it's a great approach too, because a lot of time, not a lot of times, but sometimes people say, oh, it'd be great to look for this, look for that, but no method exists, especially on a validated method, makes it tough. So yeah, I think it's a good approach.
Okay. Thank you.
We do have one question from the comment, Melissa, and I don't from the public, and I don't know if you think this is the good avenue to add here. But for the folks who are watching on the webcast, I'll read it out. Is it true that some public water systems are able to use old total chromium data for hexavalent chromium compliance?
Potentially, it depends on what their old chromium data looks like. So in the existing regulations, there are for inorganic contaminants for initial monitoring, there is an option to use older data within a certain time frame, provided it complies with the requirements of that section. The big thing is going to be its currency. Is it how recent is it? I think it's 2 years. As of within the last 2 years, as of the date the regulation takes effect, and also would have to meet the DLR. Those are kind of the big criteria that would need to be met. So. And we can't predict how many labs would be in that situation just because of how long the rulemaking process takes for one thing, and whether laboratories or water systems have decided to go out and maybe with this proposal, maybe they're going to go out and sample now, for example, that they might have data available to give them a head start.
Great. Thank you. I am actually going to pivot some of the agenda items. So next was going to be the application survey work group update. But the folks who are giving that presentation have other commitments this morning. So instead, I'm going to pivot and we'll move that one to after this topic. And that is going to be mine talking about potential ELTAC bylaw changes. So I'm going to share a little bit of a PowerPoint just so we put the context in. Oh, actually, maybe I won't. I'm seeing Kate Hilty join. Hello, Kate. Thanks for joining. Are you ready to present your topic?
Sure,
your timing
yeah,
is.
I can jump right in.
Your timing is pretty spectacular. I was just about to change it, but instead we'll move on straight to yours.
Sure, yeah. Morning, everybody. I'm going to share my screen, Chris, okay? Which one is it? Okay. You got my PowerPoint? Can you see it? Okay.
Yes.
Morning, everyone. I'm Kate Hilty. Nice to see you all. I'm the supervisor for ELAP's Administrative Operations Unit. We oversee all of the admin work in ELAP. and I am going to give you just a really brief 10-minute update on a project we started after our last ELTAC meeting, which was a work group that we convened to help improve the success of moving through the ELAP application process. So we sent out a survey and we met with a small group. It was Sushmita, Peter, Judy, and Kim and I, and we met to develop a survey that we wanted to send out to the whole community to get some feedback. And the purpose of this survey is just so that we can focus the efforts of this work group onto developing solutions that are going to have the most impact, that are needed in the areas that the labs need the most help to, successfully apply for ELAP accreditation. So we sent that survey out last week. At this point, we have 66 respondents to the survey. I'm going to send out a reminder and get a bump, hopefully, of some more people participating here soon. But just a summary of the demographics is about 64% municipal, 36% commercial laboratories that responded. 85% of the people who responded are the ones who are responsible for preparing the application. And 61% of the people who responded said that they were either very or extremely familiar with the regulatory requirements for accreditation. Another kind of diving down a little bit to look at, who we heard from. So a little bit over 50% of folks have 1 to 5 technical staff, and another 25 or so have 6 to 10. So really that's roughly about 3/4 of respondents have 10 or fewer employees in their laboratory. So it's pretty representative of what we know about our community. We also asked how many fields of accreditation the labs were accredited for, and this one's a little bit less unanimous. You'll see that most of the respondents have between 1 and 50, so they're on the smaller side, and then we have a jump in the 350 plus category as well. Moving into the application questions, we started with asking just how easy or difficult do you feel the application process is overall? We're looking for just a quick snapshot to understand where we're at. And the average answer was just about 5. So frankly, that was a little bit higher than I expected it to be. So I was not too disappointed to see that number. I do think this gives us a ton of room for improvement though. So I'm looking forward to being able to dive into kind of the detailed parts here to see what we can do. So we also asked, are the application forms clear and easy to follow, to understand? We had almost 80% of respondents saying, yes, they are clear, they are easy. And the origin for this question just is that in our discussion with the work group, we spent some time focusing on whether or not the applications and the requirements for accreditation are clearly laid out. So we're starting with this question here, and then we moved into asking about specific parts of the application if those requirements are clear. So if there's enough detail, we had about 77% of laboratories say yes, there is enough detail in the ELAP application forms. This was about true. Right around the same percentage said yes when we asked if their PT requirements and the assessment requirements were clear enough in the application forms. So, 75%, that gives us some room to improve there for sure. The big exception was when it came to control charts. So we did have some bioassay laboratories responding that it's not clear. 56%, I think, said not clear when it comes to the requirements for control charts. So that's a big red flag for me. We then asked, what types of resources or tools would be helpful to you in the application process? And then we gave them these selections and then gave people the ability to answer separately and input answers. So the highest 2 are an application checklist and an example application for, a successful application that went through the accreditation process. We also offered the ideas of how-to videos, workshops that ELAP holds, there was two different options as to, you know, how can we provide more detail either within the different sections of the application, or if we could provide like an upfront guidebook to walk everybody through the application in full. And you can see the answers here in front of you on this chart. And in terms of the other responses that we got, I'll tell you, there was 16 people who responded to other, and 11 of 16 folks said that they want an online application system. And I am in full agreement with that comment. It's something that ELAP is working on and working towards, and we have been, you know, trying to get that application system for several years and have not been able to get funding for it yet at this point. But just know that that is something that we're in full agreement with. There were a few folks who also, you know, expressed some frustration with the process and the requirements that are in regulation. So that's kind of a bit aside from what the survey was asking, but does give us some useful information in terms of areas that we can maybe help explain and give some more detail to help folks kind of navigate those requirements. So the next step that from here, what we'll, as I mentioned before, I want to send out another reminder so that we can get some more survey responses in, but then we'll pull the larger work group back together. So keep an eye out for a poll to find a meeting date that works best for all of us. And from there, we'll make a plan to design and develop these solutions and do some testing with the folks in the group and potentially, you know, other members of the community. And after that, we'll get our solutions live and then wait for some time and then survey again and see how we're doing so that we can iterate if possible or if needed. And that's it. That's my quick update. Do I have time for questions if anyone has any, Chris? Okay.
Yeah, we got time.
Okay.
I have
Any
one,
questions?
Caitlin.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is Judy. I just wanted to ask on the others. You said you got some responses that mentioned an online application. Did anybody ask for like an FAQ that's dedicated, you know, directly to the application?
No, they did not. But that's certainly something that we could consider in the work group. There were a couple of suggestions that were helpful in terms of like formatting ideas, ways to format, specifically ways to format the FOA tables that I think are worth, you know, talking about and implementing, just kind of my personal opinion. But we can definitely take a look at all of those responses in the work group so that y'all can see what everyone said.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
I have a question too,
Hi,
or a
Lisa.
comment rather. This is Lisa Stafford from Eurofins. When I received that survey, it confused me because the email made reference to how was my process, and the last application I filed was almost a year ago. So it's like, I haven't done a recent one. Why am I getting the survey now? It didn't make clear that this was something that could apply to any survey or any application event. You know, when you go shopping, if you get a survey, it's about a recent transaction.
Mm-hmm.
And I took this exactly the same way. So that may be why there's been a little bit less response than you could have hoped for.
Thanks. I appreciate that feedback. We'll definitely make some changes to the reminder email to make that clear.
Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate that.
This is a comment from the public, and for the benefit of those watching on the webcast, I'm gonna read it out. It's similar to an item that Kate was not here for, but in terms of when we're sending surveys out, it may only be going to one specific individual in the laboratory and not every member of every laboratory, because it's only sent to those who were subscribed to emails, or to subscribe to receive emails from ELAP's announcement service. So on the main web page of ELAP, on the right-hand side, there's a little subscription box. You can put in your name of your own email or another laboratory member to get onto that list for the surveys.
That's right. Thanks, Chris. I will say too that we do periodically batch in all of the emails that we have in our database. So, you know, as an application is received, sometimes the contact information is updated if you get a new employee or a new staff contact person. So, you know, we put those in on a rolling basis, and then periodically we'll batch all those in to just update what we have, just to make sure that the email subscription list includes everybody that's in our database. So we do that 2 or 3 times a year, just to make sure it's updated. But, you know, certainly if you have a suggestion of another way to maybe reach the people that we're trying to reach, we'd be happy to hear it. We did include a couple of questions on that survey to try to understand who was answering that question, or answering the survey. So, you know, if they're responsible for preparing the application, and 85% of the folks said yes. And then what their title was also a question that was included in the survey as well. Hi, Peter. Morning.
Good morning. So sort of in follow on to that, a point of clarification. So it went to the subscriber base, or it went to the QA, the named QA managers of each of the accredited labs?
So it went to the email subscription list, which includes the contact information from our database. So it may not have included, I don't remember off the top of my head the last time we did that batch update, so it may not have included anything that changed in the last few months. But hopefully it should include a majority of the contact information we have.
And so maybe a suggestion for the reminder is if there's an easy way to also, because ELAP should have both the named quality manager and the named technical director for both of the labs, maybe you try sending it to both of those contacts, if that's easy to update the batch and send it back out. So you at least, to the question of it going to only one person, obviously you can't send it to every person that's in every laboratory, but if you maybe at least get two of those folks for at least the labs that have a separate named technical director and a separate named QA officer on the accreditation, maybe that's one way to enhance the reach of it. And I guess, and we can flesh this out in the work group when we talk about it, but it probably would, to the prior comment, be good that I wonder if there's a mechanism that you have that can resend the survey again after each accreditation gets renewed for the laboratory. I don't know how easy that is to automate or whether it's doable or not. And again, we can flesh these details out at a later time, but to that point, maybe there's an effort to collect ongoing data. We send the survey out after each application is filed by each lab.
That's a great suggestion. And the thing that comes to mind just really quickly is that we include a link to that in the email where we deliver accreditation documents.
Sure, even better. That's a great easy mechanism.
To address your earlier comment, and this is going just a little bit into the weeds, our internal database has one field where we input multiple email addresses to collect, because it's limited. So when we batch, if we have more than one email on file, they would all go in to the system. So theoretically, it could include more than one person per laboratory already.
Okay.
Yeah. But excellent comment. Appreciate it. That might be it for me.
I think so.
Thanks,
Hearing
everyone.
nothing else. Thank you, Kate. Next up is me. And while I love being remote, it's very difficult to manage the remote setting and also do anything else. So I'm going to be talking briefly about potential changes to ELTAC bylaws. This is just for informational and for discussion purposes. There's no proposed changes. There's nothing that's going to be going into effect anytime soon. Before anything does, I'd be distributing a draft copy for all the ELTAC members to receive, and potentially those new members, because for those who are unaware or are watching online, applications are open to fill some of the empty slots we have here on ELTAC. We have the application window open until October 1st. And then once we have a list of candidates, of potential candidates, we'll be moving forward through that to then fill those empty vacancies that we have on the ELTAC committee. And that process would be done on an individual basis. So if you sent an application in to me directly, thank you for those who are interested. I've gotten quite a few already. And if you are thinking about it, or you're thinking, hey, maybe I could provide some good to help serve on ELTAC here, we'd really appreciate anyone who's interested. Oh, Peter, go ahead before we begin.
Just real quick on that note, maybe it would be helpful. Are there any particular sort of groups that you're looking to receive more applications from? You know, from the municipal sector, from the agency sector, from the private sector, or are you sort of agnostically shopping across all of those?
We want to keep the committee as balanced as we can, so we like to have a mix that kind of represents ELAP as a whole. So if you're I think the hardest one to get is those folks who are in a small laboratory, because their time is very valuable. And hopefully ELTAC isn't too much of a burden, as anyone here can attest to. It doesn't take up too much of your time. But we'd really appreciate somebody from one of those smaller laboratories applying. And then we have kind of positions open for the three main groups that I'm going to touch on here. And I'll kind of address it in that section, what each kind of general category of ELTAC member focuses on. So thanks. That's a great way to frame that slide. For those who are unaware, we have ELTAC's bylaws posted on the ELTAC webpage. There did have to be some formatting changes. That was just for formatting. The rules for posting things on a government website are very complicated and confusing, and frankly don't make a whole lot of sense a lot of the time, but it's so automated tools can read the documents that are on there. So there's a bunch of formatting changes that went there. There weren't any language changes. It's the same bylaws that have been in effect since 2018. And this meeting, we're just talking about ideas and kind of things that might need to change and things that could change. And I want to take some notes on anyone who's got any brilliant ideas on what kind of topics or things that need to be included in that change. There's a bunch of new statutory rules throughout 2020 through 2023. I feel like they changed every month or so, depending on which government order was updated and what statutory order was updated. ELTAC is a statutory body, so it falls under the Bagley-Keene Act, which does require us to comply with that section of the government code, which is good in that all members of the public get to join and participate, but then is also very constrictive in terms of what kind of things need to happen. One of those things is the meetings now allow for a hybrid meeting. Before they were all in person all the time. And they do have a carve out for advisory committees like ELTAC to be a little bit more flexible in terms of what rules need to change. But we also kind of want to change some quality of committee or quality of life changes. One of those being, let's set some dates or set some at least months of where we're going to have a meeting here. We'll have 2 set per year, and then we'll have one that kind of floats. It's becoming quite difficult to get the equipment in the room and make sure we coordinate to make sure everyone comes in at the same place at the same time. And so there'll be a little bit more detail added to that as well. So one of the main topics to change that needs to be included in the bylaws is the ability for the meetings to be held in a hybrid style. So the advisory committees, like I said, have a little bit more flexibility, but generally it sounds like they want every location, the statute wants every location that a member is at to be open to the public, unless we have a quorum of members in one spot. So that would mean that if we're joining the committee remotely, then everyone's address needs to be noticed and included in the notice. And we also need to make sure that you have a bunch of noticing to tell people where to go to join the committee and listen in and things like that. Or we can set it all to be in one location for the advisory committee, and then we notice just that one location. So a little bit different there, but we'll talk on that a little bit further. But to get to Peter's membership question, oh, there's some text that got cut. That's okay. But the structure of how the membership is written, I kind of want to shift some things around to make it clear who can vote and who cannot. The 10-member chart that's on the right-hand side here, that's kind of the composition that we have found seems to work pretty well, and it keeps a pretty good balance in terms of ideas. We want the general focus to be on the scientific advisors. So these are folks who have expertise in like method development, or expertise in organic chemistry, or whole effluent toxicity, or radiochemistry, any one of the disciplines that ELAP does or may have in the future field of accreditation. That's kind of the role that the scientific advisor fills. And we have 2 positions open that fill that kind of role. There's a lot of overlap because everyone kind of does everything, right? It's not really, there's not really any like one focus. So it's more of like, this is what we kind of want the membership makeup to be. For the accreditation advisors, we're looking for folks who have experience with other accreditation programs, be that another state, be that DOD, ISO, things like that, because we want to be able to steal a little bit of knowledge from, oh, well, so-and-so does it this way, so let's take that and move that into ELAP's realm, right? So we want to have some folks that are aware of those kind of requirements. And then the community implementation advisors, we want folks who have a lot of connections to different outreach section. So Shushmitha fills that by herself right now. We did lose both of the members from there. So we need some folks who have a role of contacts that can help distribute names and information from ELTAC to their community, be that through a commercial network like ASIL or public network like CWEA, things like that. So we're looking for folks to fill that role as well. So if anyone knows of anyone who you maybe want to poke and say, hey, maybe you should consider joining ELTAC, you'd appreciate it. And then really what I want to detail here is kind of, let's set those categories into the bylaws and kind of reiterate, this is the kind of makeup that we want. We want ELTAC to have a balanced voice. We want a bunch of different people with a bunch of different ideas to come together and discuss topics, because that does make the decisions that ELTAC make significantly better. We might ask the scientific advisors to present at ELAPCon, like we had last year. That day went over pretty well. And we do hear that that's one of the comments that we get from ELAPCon is folks like having those technical days for additional technical experience to come into the laboratory to help explain some things. So I think ELTAC serves a great role there. And then this is more of a topic, and I have a last slide that has a bunch of other discussion points. But for membership, we have term limits on our state regulatory agency personnel, and the state agency personnel don't change a whole lot. They're picked from that state agency to represent that state agency because they have this particular need. And so I don't really see much of a purpose to having term limits on these individuals, right? Provided that they maintain employment at the agency where they're working. We've had some folks retire, some folks move to different positions that got pulled off. So that's a thought. I don't know if y'all are okay with it. state agency representatives don't vote on anything unless it's unless it's a bylaw revision, or if ELTAC, the voting members say we want the state representatives to vote as well. So typically non-voting member. So having term limits on that also doesn't seem very worthwhile. But then some ideas are, do we want to have a vice chair, right? Judy has to do a lot of work, and it might be difficult if we're trying to balance both remote and in person. It might be helpful to have a vice chair, to have that one of the two of them be in person, and then have that person kind of coordinate all the meeting things that happen in person versus having everything remote. And then the other idea is, do we want to change term limits for voting members to have it set for 3 years, say, or less? Right now they're set for 2. For meetings, let's at least my idea is, let's set these to be twice per year, set them on 2 days twice per year, and then have the third one be somewhere else, or as needed. So the bylaws right now say 3, and they don't set any times. And we've been waiting to get items to bring to ELTAC. But this one would set 2 meetings in person, and if we have no items, the meeting will be 5 minutes long. We'll say hello, everyone, exchange pleasantries, and then I'll leave. Hopefully this will kind of prompt more agencies to bring us more items and bring us them, because there's like, hey, there's a meeting. Oh, if you want an item to bring forward, maybe you can bring it forward at this ELTAC meeting, and there's a set date. Plus setting them gives us a little bit more certainty to arrange travel and to arrange alternates if you can't make it, things like that. This summer was particularly difficult to get a quorum of members to be available. I think we're all quite busy, so getting all of us into the same place at the same time was quite difficult. I did send out 2 different surveys to get all of us together, to get enough folks, which I don't think has happened yet. But then yeah, it's kind of interesting. And then I mentioned this a little bit earlier, that the statutory requirements change, so they want that the quorum of members needs to have their locations noticed. So setting it to everyone come to Sacramento in person, with a few people joining remotely, would work. I have to work with legal counsel to review the government codes before we have anything in the bylaws that reflects the statutory language. But one of the topics for discussion would be, do we want to set a Southern California location to add members of the public? They might require one of the ELTAC members to host their site as a meeting location. So for anyone of the public who wanted to join and come in, we would need your location noticed, and then we'd coordinate closely with that person or persons who had extra sites available. And then some operational procedures. The quorum thing, this is when hybrid. So when the meeting locations are not noticed, for have a quorum of members, it's only those that are in person. So if there's multiple locations that are noticed, then both locations would count. It's that kind of thing, where this is just for the advisory committee, so I'm not 100% clear on how it works, but it sounds like the goal is to have the quorum of members in 1 spot or 2 spots, 3 spots, etc., to have that as the primary location that are all noticed. So if we had one in Southern California and one in Northern California, it's the folks from either one of those would count towards the quorum. And then anyone connecting remotely wouldn't be there to count for the quorum, but that would be it. That'd just be for the quorum counting. And then reading through the bylaws, we have a section about recommendations. And really what I think this section is talking about is like a formal letter from ELTAC to ELAP saying, hey, ELAP, we would like you to do this thing. And then it defines a few things that ELAP needs to do, and ELAP needs to include it on our webpage, which will have specific rules. So I think there's a little bit of language change that needs to be put there, because we have votes at ELTAC that aren't written responses, and that's currently what the bylaws call for, which I don't think we need to have for every particular thing. And then, as I touched on this a little bit earlier about clarifying the voting, we want to make sure that those voting rules that we have and have had for a while are kind of made a little bit clearer in terms of what representatives are voting on. And then there's some other things, like subcommittee, that section is a little bit confusing. And then the meeting minutes, we'd like to have the recordings, since they're all have the ability for the public to connect virtually. The having a recording, the substitute for a document of meeting minutes instead would probably be beneficial. And with that, I have those kind of discussion points that I had earlier, but happy to discuss a little bit more on any one or multiple topic. And I'll leave it open to anyone who wants to speak.
So so are you looking for comments to confirm some of the changes that you're proposing, or are you looking to hear additional thoughts?
Both.
Okay.
I'm happy to take anything.
This is easy. So I'll start
Yeah.
at the top. I do like the idea of the SRAE members not having term limits, just simply because, from the perspective of that, SMEs, people that are appointed because of their particular background, and not being not losing somebody when there's no real viable replacement. So I think that's a great idea. I like the idea of establishing a vice chair just for a variety of reasons, because you just don't ever know what's going to happen. And then that way it doesn't fall to the shoulders of somebody who may or may not be prepared to take that, to take over a meeting at any given time. Changing the term limits for voting members, I can agree to that and we'll go with consensus of what others think on that. I don't have a passion for it one way or the other. But I can see value. So the set times, I don't know that everybody's going to want to land on these particular dates, but I certainly agree that there should be at least 2 known meetings per year. I think it's easy, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but I think it's easy to not have a meeting when you can't get everybody together, or when you don't have enough topics. And I think, and I guess for me, I don't want to let any group down by not having or not meeting the requirements of our committee. I want to make sure that we always have, the number of meetings. There's been several people who have brought it up and have expressed concern that we're not having the meetings, that we should have. And that's not necessarily, obviously, it's not by design. It's just, been the way things have worked out. But one of the things that I think would help drive, meetings and set times and attendance, and that it's not on here, but I think I might have talked about it during the ELAPCon, and it's having a set agenda. So having an agenda that these are the known things that are going to be addressed, and then that way, as we start getting prepared for a meeting, if we need to go out and get information and get updates and things such as that, we'll either at least have some agenda items that meet, some of the things on the agenda, or it'll just say no, no update or whatever, so it would actually kind of help guide the cadence of the meeting, and at least part of what we're intending to do. And then as for, the set locations, so I mean, I can see value either direction, on having other locations aside from Sacramento. So just, I see a lot of really good things that could be done at this point with these bylaws. Of course, you know how I feel about the Bagley-Keene. I wish we could be a little bit more collaborative as a committee, but I realize that the constraints are there, and we're going to work within those constraints. But nevertheless, the dynamics, I think, could be so much more visible if we were able to have a little bit of latitude. But I do understand that. So I'll stop there because there's other people that would like to speak.
Thank you, Judy. We'll move on to Christine first, being the ELAP program manager, and then we'll move on to Peter.
Hi. So I don't mean to step in front of Peter, but I just wanted to let everybody know just the history of ELTAC, just as a reminder. This is a great group of ELTAC members, and I'm really happy to have this group together. But in the past, this relationship between ELAP and ELTAC has been dysfunctional. And one of the recommendations from the expert panel from years ago was to reinvigorate the relationship with ELTAC and ELAP. Oftentimes in the past, the community or ELTAC would make a recommendation to ELAP, and the previous administration didn't respond or didn't address adequately the concerns or the issues of the community, and which is why we wrote these bylaws. So these bylaws may seem overboard, and I think what we wanted to ensure was accountability for ELAP and ELTAC. So if you're reading these and you're thinking, why do we have all these requirements? That was the rationale at the time when we initially developed the bylaws. But I think that the relationship between ELTAC and ELAP has graduated to a more responsible one and accountable one. So I think whatever decision this committee makes, I just wanted to make sure everyone understood the history and the phase that this committee is now in regards to our relationship with ELAP. So that's it.
Thank you for the context, Christine. That is a good reminder for those folks who have not been with the program nearly as long. Peter.
Yeah, so functionally, I'll echo a good amount of what Judy already said. I mean, I think on the first point, again, it makes sense. A lot of agency employees stay for quite some time. And, I think it almost, the 2 points, the first and second point are somewhat related. I mean, we talk a lot about succession planning and transfer of information and so on and so forth. So I'm supportive of both the first two, and in deference to the load that Judy's probably carrying, having another person there. If you look at a lot of other agency and working groups, there's sort of a president, vice president, person in waiting, past president type of scenario there. And so I think adopting some scheme like that for ELTAC makes sense to sort of be able to share that burden, considering some folks are spread throughout a wide geographical region and availability is sometimes challenging. I will, also second Judy's thought of, the encumbrance that comes with the Bagley Keene and being able to get enough people together and collaborate offline is a challenge. I know we're not going to get around it, but comment for the record on that one. And, in terms of the change for voting limits, I think it's fine to extend the terms. I think you proposed 3 years as opposed to 2. I would also say, and I don't know the bylaws by heart, so this mechanism may exist already, that's similar to, and I'm not saying that ELTAC members should be completely devoid of term limits, but if there is a mechanism for either ELAP or ELTAC as a committee to continue to extend limits or re-up for given members that are, contributing at a very high level or high pace, there may be some value in that as well. I mean, obviously you need to bring new blood in, people need to cycle out as they move jobs, retire, so on and so forth, but having some sort of mechanism for that, especially for niche things, like RadChem, it's going to be hard to find somebody. There's not a huge pool to draw from. So as long as there's some mechanism in the bylaws that those folks can continue on, I do think that as someone whose calendar looks like a puzzle set, having set times, the earlier the better, and having them stick on there so that people can block that time and not put something over it, especially if travel is going to become more common for doing these meetings in person, which I'm 100% supportive of. I'm up in Northern California right now as we speak over the computer. I think that you get a lot more value out of increased value out of doing these meetings in person. So getting them set as far in advance as possible, I think is helpful for that. I would add a comment to, Judy's agenda thought of, I mean, if it's a struggle to solicit items for ELTAC to consider, maybe we need to, and it's separate from this, but just a thought, need to find a better way to either survey from a public stakeholder perspective of the general community past just agency asks to try to bring new ideas or new things for ELTAC to be able to tackle. That's just a thought to consider. And then the last two, California is a big state, but it's not that big. If you want to put one in Southern California that's right next door to me, I'm not going to argue with you, but I don't know how necessarily critical it is to have a second location there. And I'm functionally supportive of the last point on there. So I will click off unless you have follow-up questions for me and let the next person go.
The only one I have follow-up on is the better surveying. And so I think maybe if we're going to have a set agenda item, maybe one of them would be a set for those community implementation advisors, right? Here's your topic. What impacts are coming from the community? Because we don't want ELTAC to be solely focused on just what ELAP's doing, right? The whole purpose is to try and connect all the regulators to the expert panels here in the community. So I don't want it to be only ELAP focus, right?
Yeah. Well, and in further, and that's functionally what I'm kind of saying is maybe the engagement members need some, a further charge or set of instructions to, in advance of the meetings, hey, we would like you to hammer that Rolodex and start developing ideas multiple months in advance so that we can, consider and potentially get them on the agenda for comment.
Cool. Thank you, Peter. I'll move, Judy, I'm going to skip you, even though your hand was up first. I'll move to Sushmita because she hasn't spoken about it yet, and then we'll move back to you.
Sorry, Judy, for cutting in before you. Okay, so I completely support both Judy's and Peter's points, but one thing that I would like to say about not have terms is maybe consider extending those terms into a longer term rather than not having a term at all, because as Peter mentioned, public agency staff are long-term staff, and you do want that succession planning. So you don't want the historical information to be lost when that person ultimately leaves or retires. So I do recommend at least thinking about maybe a longer term, but not necessarily no term at all to begin with. And the vice chair position is wonderful because it is too much responsibility and accountability on one person. And I know Judy has been filling in, has been doing a great job at it, but at the same time, she does, I'm sure, is crying out for support. So, and regarding the southern location, as Peter said, California is not too large. It is large, but having that second location is not too bad. And I've mentioned this before, IUA is always open for that second location if needed. And, it may be a change in location and demographics may be more amicable for in-house or for in-person presence. And the other one that I really love the idea of what Peter brought up is the ask for topics. And I agree, you don't want ELTAC to be a platform for people to just bring complaints about the actual process. But, according to ELTAC's mission, we are set up to deal with anything and everything that ELAP is concerned about, so at least we want to give that opportunity for the ask, if not to the public, at least the ELTAC members on, hey, what are the topics that are of general concern? And maybe the community that we represent, maybe we can bring that feedback back and then, give that opportunity for the members to filter those asks and not make this a venting sessions. But definitely I support that the ask for topics be there, that there be a set platform for us to bring those requested topics to ELTAC. So there's me. And thanks, Judy, again for letting me go before you.
Absolutely, no problem there. As a matter of fact, I think Allison might have beat me as well. So I'm gonna let Allison talk before I speak.
Yeah, before we move on to Allison, I'll let Sam, I'm gonna let any members of ELTAC speak before any members of the general public, but yes, I will bring Allison in to speak as well. And
Okay.
then we did get advance, Debbie might have something she wants to comment as well, so she's on the meeting as well. So Sam.
All right,
all yours.
thanks, Kurt. I mean, I think overall I agree with what everyone said. One thing I wanted to maybe note, and it's not a concern, is in terms of the term limits. I do like the idea of setting a term limit, but maybe one thing to consider is that setting the term limit where it's too long for those who may want to serve on LTAC. You know, if there's a desire and interest, and that they don't lose that momentum. A couple of years ago, I had someone from the drinking water sector ask about, you know, when, like, you know, they express interest and they ask about when they can apply to serve as an LTAC member. So I want to make sure that that term limit is not too long, where there's, and if there's others who are interested, they don't lose that interest and that momentum. So just something to consider. And then in terms of setting locations in Southern California, you know, that's just Mitha said, it's definitely something that I would be interested in, and I can offer up OC San as a site. But then the other site that, you know, we can consider is, we are a member agency of SCORP, Southern California Coastal Water Research Project. They have a great facility for in person as well as hybrid meetings. So they got all the tech stuff that's set up. So that's something we can consider. And I know something I can look into if we're interested in.
Great, thank you, Sam. Judy, did you want to jump in before Allison or no? All right. I'll let Allison add some comments. Hello, Allison, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I wasn't quite sure what the proper protocol was, so I apologize for that. I'm thinking back, and this is where these comments are coming from. I support all of the previous comments that have been made, maybe not with regards to exactly those times, but setting 2 times a year for the meetings would be a really good idea. But just a little bit more historical perspective and connecting it to the desire to get representation from smaller laboratories. While I recognize that it's a little easier now that we can do these things in a hybrid way, there's nothing more collaborative than actually meeting with your colleagues. And to that point, supporting what Sush has mentioned, when we were able to meet in Southern California and Northern California simultaneously, and we were able, we had some technical challenges also, but it did result in a lot more participation. And so that was all my comment, was the participation was much larger, and it makes it much more affordable if you're talking about a small laboratory, either a public agency laboratory or a small laboratory in Southern California or Northern California. If you're going to do in person, it's great to have 2 locations. And that was my comment as one of the what do we call ourselves, the older former ELTAC members.
Yeah, retired or
Vintage.
Thank you very much, Allison. Judy, I'll let you move on and then we'll move to Augustine.
Yeah, just real quick. The only thing I was going to mention is that from the standpoint of like term limits for voting members, a couple other people mentioned and being able to extend, you know, kind of do ad hoc extensions. The NELAC Institute, TNI, they already have that language for their committee operations. So it's we could adopt that. I mean, it's a public document. We can adopt that language if we want to. And even the process that they do it literally is done more from the standpoint of, if the committee members involved in a significant project or brings specialty knowledge to the committee, like radchem or asbestos or something that it's very difficult to find others in that space. So, I mean, that's one of the things. The other thing is I didn't know if maybe we wanted to take a minute if we're going to look at the bylaws, and I'm not definitely not today, and maybe take a look at the mission statement and see if our emphasis is in the right place. I mean, there's a lot of things in that mission statement, and all of which are important, but I just wonder if maybe we could refocus the way it's worded and maybe refreshing it.
That's a great comment. I will definitely look at the T&I language. The committees there are very similar to this one. And so I think if we can steal language, that's great. All for it, not having to reinvent the wheel. And then for the mission statement, I think you're right. I think that might be a better one to bring in once we have all of the other replacement members that come in. Right now I'm just looking for, let's shift some things to reflect what we're currently doing as we would with like an SOP in a lab, right? Same kind
Agree.
of thing.
Yep, I agree. That's all I had.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, Augustine. I don't know what happened to his camera though. Okay. Well, until I hope he didn't lose connection. He might still be here. I don't know. But until
Sorry.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, it dropped the internet. I'm sorry, real quick. No, I just want to mention that I agree with everybody. I think everybody had great points. The 2 points I was going to make was kind of what Judy brought up about kind of the mission statement. I was going to say like refocusing the goals or maybe outlining the goals of ELTAC, right? Especially as we get new members and make it, maybe a little clearer what we want to accomplish. And the other thing that I thought is I really like Allison's comment about how in-person meetings are much more collaborative. I think this is great in the age of technology. It's nice to be able to connect, folks that live all over, like Judy, who's very far away, and everybody can work together. But there is value, I think, to be able to meet in person. And having 2 locations is great, but I don't know if it's required. I don't know if we're married to meeting in Sacramento, but it'd be great to rotate. Like if we had a meeting in Southern California, a meeting in Northern California, would be kind of cool. Again, I think Sam mentioned that Scorp would be an option. They have a great facility for meetings. We could host a meeting at our lab at WEC. We're gonna have a new building soon, so it'll be a little roomier, but we can make it work if needed. But I think there are spots for meetings down here if that's something that's an option, unless we're required to meet in Sacramento.
Yeah, right now they just say Sacramento is the only location. So yeah, no, I think that's something that we can look into as well. Before you jump in, Peter, I just want to reiterate that I don't have any specific changes on the bylaws right now, so we don't need to like motion to adopt or change anything because we're not changing anything at the moment. But hopefully by the next meeting we'll have some specific changes that can prompt further discussion and potentially a vote for acceptance. Peter.
A point of clarification, and I apologize if I misunderstood. So within, the quorum Bagley-Keene type of a thing, is it possible to, on the same meeting date, have in-person groups at 2 disparate locations in the state? Is that allowed, or does it have to be? Okay.
Provided that both are noticed. So
Okay.
wherever the meeting is occurring, that those locations need to be open to the public. And that goes for anyone who's connecting. So if we're having multiple locations at the same time, you can't connect remotely. You have to go to one of those 2. That's my understanding anyway.
Okay.
and then if we have one location and then a few people connecting remotely, then as long as the quorum is in that one primary location.
Yeah, that would just be one piece that we'd want to sort out. I mean, you don't want to necessarily create a north versus south contingency effort where everybody's all in person. So again, some sort of a rotating basis, as Augustine brought up, that the first meeting is a single location, the second meeting is in 2 locations to reduce the cost and travel, as Allison brought up, to make it easier for people to have access to in-person conversations. But that can be obviously fleshed out at a different time. I just wanted to get a clarification that it is indeed allowed, as long as we can reach certain metrics to have a dual meeting in 2 places.
Yeah, and that's why I don't have specific changes, because I don't know the answer to all of the statutory rules.
And I would just add, it could also be more than 2. It doesn't have to be just 2, but as long as all of them are noticed.
Yeah, so as long as every location is available to the public and noticed and that kind of thing. And then we had one more potential comment from the public, and that was Debbie. So there we go. Perfect. Hello, Debbie.
Hey, thanks. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate that. And just to introduce myself for those ELTAC members that don't know me, my name is Debbie Mackey. I'm the executive officer of the Central Valley Clean Water Association, and we are a nonprofit of wastewater treatment plants, collection systems, water recyclers in the Central Valley. And being in the Central Valley, most of our agencies and our laboratories are small of our member agencies. And so, and some do water. Most of them are, most everybody's public, but not everybody. Public, most do wastewater for sure. And then a lot of them also do water, basic water. So anyways, I really appreciate this. As an agency and association, we have really wanted to see ELTAC be a robust body. And so I appreciate and the discussion that's happened today regarding meetings. I would encourage definitely, getting those meetings scheduled, having, I know you said set 2 per year, having one flexible. The part that I would, and the locations, all that has been really, really good. Some of the things that I think that might be, you might want to definitely consider is on a vice chair, definitely, and maybe even an area where you have a term limit for the chair where the vice chair rotates in. I think that something like that might create some more of that mixing. And I say that, knowing the excellent job that the current chair is doing. So that's nothing there. It's just getting that movement in there. And I think the other area that I just would comment on, as you're looking for subject matter, it seems like there hasn't been it hasn't been that there's been a drought of subject matter. There's probably been too much subject matter and sometimes just trying to get a hold of areas. So really having a venue not only for ELTAC, but the public to be and ELAP and state agency partners all being able to say, hey, these are concerns we really think would be best discussed and best utilized, with discussion at ELTAC. That I think that would be excellent. But definitely I'd say set 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 meetings a year, but at least keep 2 of them at minimum. So anyways, thank you for the opportunity to comment. And again, thanks to those on ELTAC for their service too.
Thank you, Debbie. All right, doing a little time check here. I did put a little bit of extra time in the schedule, knowing that nothing ever is the time limit that we set. So it is approaching noon. So if anyone's got any more topic discussion points on this, happy to hear them. But if not, I think we'll break for lunch, and I think we'll keep the same return time at 1 p.m. For the next topic. That works for everyone. See a little thumbs up. Okay, so with that, I think we'll take a break for lunch, and we will return at 1 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Hello, Carol. You're on mute. I saw you mouthing something, but I still see your camera on. Did you have a question? Oh.
No, I'm having to make a phone call right now, so I should be on mute, and so I shouldn't be causing you any issues.
Yes. All right. We'll return at 1.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Bye.
Carol.
So are we up next?
give another minute or two. I think one straggler we're waiting for. All right, I think we have everyone back in here. All the ELTAC members anyway. We do have some members of the public that'll probably connect once again once we get started, but it is 1 o'clock. And to maintain our timeliness, I think we will continue forward towards probably the more interesting topic, at least for the folks, if the commenters are to judge, definitely the ones that folks want to discuss more in the future. But I am going to pass it over to both Christine Sotelo, ELAP's Program Manager, and Kate Hilty, ELAP's Administrative Supervisor, to give the presentation. I will stop sharing my screen and let them take over. So thank you very much, Kate and Christine.
Okay, thanks so much, Kate, for pulling up the presentation. So as Chris mentioned, we're going to tag team on this. I'm going to give the first part, and then Kate's going to take the second part. Next slide. So to get us up to speed on this fees regulation topic, we wanted to give you all a background on the program and this fee initiative effort. So just so everyone knows that ELAP is required by law to be fully funded by laboratory fees. So you may have heard the term a zero-sum game. What that means is that the population of ELAP laboratories shares the cost of the program. And so going back in time while at CDPH, the program never really fully funded the program. They used monies from general funds. There was a lot of failure to raise the fees for almost 10 years. At the time, we were a TNI accreditation body, and the labs that were TNI accredited paid higher fees. So that helped fund the program out as well. So a lot of the way that the program was administered at CDPH was not appropriate. And so we're seeing the effects of that here while the program is at the Water Board. The other thing that was happening while the program was at CDPH is that we had a ballooning of accredited laboratories. At one time, we had almost 800. As you know, the bar was low to enter into the ELAP program. We had low fees. As I said, the fees weren't raised, and there was a lack of oversight by ELAP doing assessments and taking any enforcement action to help level the playing field. And during that time, we never added additional staff, even though our population ballooned. Next slide. So just a little bit more background. So since we've moved over from CDPH in 2014, the Division of Administrative Services and our fee branch has been trying to catch up to generate the revenue to fund the program appropriately. And so it's been almost a 200% increase in fees since the program moved over from CDPH. And if you all remember, in 2021, we adopted new regulations which changed the fee structure, and we added tiers for the number of FOAs laboratories are accredited for. We added reciprocity fees for out-of-state labs, and we included a fee to do ELAP assessments. That's a different fee if you were to use ELAP to conduct your assessment as opposed to a third-party assessor. So even after all of those things, we are still not collecting enough revenue to fund the program. So a lot of you have a question on why. So next slide. So this has been a shedding of our population for quite some time. So we looked at the data and we've been shedding laboratories a total of 25% since 2015. So this was even before we adopted our regulations. There has been a slow shed of laboratories. Many of our laboratories have elected to use the third-party assessors to perform their audits. During the regulations development period, we got a lot of comments that said that a lot of labs that use non-sophisticated instruments that were identified to use ELAP assessments said they weren't going to use TPAs, third-party assessors, but that is not what has been happening. We thought we would retain 40 to 50% of the audits, and now we're only retaining 25%. Last year, to avoid raising fees, so as you know, fees weren't raised last year, we held open 2 positions, and we also found outside funding source for 3 of our staff positions, but that can't continue because we need to have a whole program to run ELAP. Next slide. So here's a graph of what I was talking about earlier. So since 2015, you can see the slow shedding of laboratories. There was a slight spike in the population after the regulations were adopted, but it's been something that has been happening over time. Next slide. So, given all of this, we presented to the board on May 2nd, and some of you may have seen that presentation, so some of these slides are repeat to you. We let them know that the current fee structure is not sufficient to fund the program, and that there would probably be a significant year-over-year increase using the current ELAP fee structure. We identified all these things to the board, and their direction to us was to explore other ideas. And one of the ideas was to add a volume-based charge to the next fiscal year of ELAP fees. So many of you are asking why. So this is a board direction and decision for adding a potential volume-based fee shift. And they would like, this is their desires, to shift the fee burden to the largest producers or the laboratories that analyze the most laboratory samples. And it's the board's philosophy that those who benefit the most from its program economically should contribute the most to funding it. And I've said at the May 2nd meeting and gave some examples that this is in line with the board's goal of supporting small laboratories in California, and also in line with other programs within the board, like Division of Drinking Water. Their fees are based on the number of connections to water systems. So the more connections that they are, the water systems connects to households, the more fees that they pay. So it's not a novel idea. It's something that the board has already done in other programs. So I'm going to pass it over to Kate to take over this slide.
Thanks, Christine. So following the May 2nd board meeting and the direction from the board, what we did was convene a work group of focused stakeholders to talk about this issue and this revision effort. So we had a group of laboratories that came together, labs of different sizes, some municipal and some commercial, that we met with. We presented a couple of preliminary ideas that we have had internally to this group, and then we did smaller breakout sessions to get feedback on specific questions that we had to help us move forward. So I'm just gonna give you all a kind of a brief overview of what we presented to that fee stakeholder group. So these were the 3 preliminary ideas that we told them about. The first was just status quo, stay with what we currently have. The second was to add a flat volume charge. And this is what we call kind of the New York model. This is how the state of New York does their current fee structure. And then the third option was to add a tiered volume charge, which essentially decreases the cost of the per sample charge, like the higher that you go. So that way there is some, there's a mechanism for us to make it so that, you know, a laboratory who is doing 100,000 samples is not paying the exact same price for number 1 and number 100,000. So during the breakout groups, we asked some questions because we had quite a few questions about the logistics of how we could make this happen. So one of those questions is, how should regulatory samples be counted? Should all the testing be priced the same, or should we price it for differently for different instrumentation? Are there any operations challenges? What effect will this have on your laboratory, and what are the impacts that a change like this would have? So essentially, we had great discussion with those folks, and what we came away from that meeting understanding was that we don't have the data we need, and the labs don't readily have the data that we would need to get from them in order to add a volume-based charge. So we don't understand how many regulatory samples are being processed in the state, and we could never set prices until we had that information. So we came away thinking, well, we need to collect some data, right? And so we drafted some regulatory language. You all have seen it. It went out via email subscription, and then the community all submitted comments in response to that language. And the outcome of us getting those comments back and doing some real hard thinking and having some hard discussions internally is that we're not going to propose the tracking language to the board at this time. We do want to say thank you to the community. I know it was a really short turnaround time on the comment period that we asked for feedback. So we really appreciate that everybody was able to turn that around so quickly and get us your feedback. The biggest takeaway for us is that we did not anticipate that tracking this samples and giving us quantities was going to be as hard as it appears to be for laboratories. So at this time, we are not taking that language to the board this year. We're going to delay it so that we can continue working with our stakeholder group to either revise the tracking language or come up with an alternative or some combination of both of those things. But because we're not going, here's what's going to happen. So this year, there will be a 30% increase to the fees. That's going to get proposed on September 19th. It will go into effect when it's published by the Office of Administrative Law. Usually that happens in November at some point, could be October, it could be a little bit later, but it will be effective the date that it's published. If your fee is due after that date, you will be subject to the new fee. So paying ahead of time is not going to get anybody out of paying that increased fee. You'll just get a supplemental invoice. Since we don't have another option moving forward, what that means is that likely next year we'll have to use the same mechanism to fund the program, which means just another flat fee increase across the board. And then as we move forward, depending on how quickly we can move and what the ideas and what we come up with, we could potentially take an idea for a new fee structure to the board next fall, which could go into effect 2025. We could also take tracking language next fall, which would then, delay it a further year. So if we couldn't begin tracking samples until 2025, then a new fee structure wouldn't be able to be in place until 2026. So our goal is to do what the board has asked us. And what that is that they want to shift the fee burden to the largest producers in our population. So we're not moving forward with the language right now, but the goal remains the same. And, you know, we may take a different path to get there, but that's ultimately what the destination is. I think I'm going to move through the comments. So I just have a couple of summary slides for the main comments that we received about the language. I'm going to move through those and then we'll open it up. So the first comment was delay. Essentially just more time is needed, right? We need more input. We could develop different ideas and the tracking language needs work. We agree. That's what we told our executive management and that's what we told the board, and they're in agreement as well. So thank you for everyone's honest feedback there. Comment number 2 that we saw a lot is that the number of samples that you run in the lab doesn't correlate to ELAP's workload. And we agree with that comment. We're not a fee for service program. Our fees are not designed to align with our workload. So your fee does not directly correlate with the amount of work that ELAP is doing for your laboratory. And the intent behind adding a volume-based fee is intentionally to move away from something like that. It's so that we can have the people who are benefiting the most economically from being ELAP accredited pay the biggest portion of the fees to support the program. Comment 3, this is, we've received a lot of comments that tracking is going to be difficult and would be an administrative burden. So what we recognize after having a lot of conversations and reading, you know, the comments that everybody submitted is that we know that our labs generally, most of you know what the test results that you're producing are used for, but that the way that you're tracking them, it doesn't make it easy to, you know, synthesize that data and report it to us. And so operational changes would be needed. IT changes for many folks, and that there's going to be costs associated with this. And we recognize that. We recognize that turning that around in 6 months would be really, really challenging to do. We're no stranger to IT problems and IT challenges. So, you know, we very much understand this. And comment number 4 is that we need to define like what a regulatory sample is better. We agree. We do have some questions for this group on this comment at a later slide. And so that's what our goal for today is that we want some answers on these specific questions. We also want to hear alternative ideas, but this is a big kind of change, and it has all happened so fast with our direction. So I think before we start these questions, it's probably a good idea to take some comments and questions on what we're doing, where we're going from here. Hopefully everybody here is feeling a little bit of relief. Hi, John Franco.
Hi, thanks for that overview. And this might just be because I'm new, and pardon the naivete, but by volume-based structure, do you mean the number of samples or results the lab is providing, or do you mean the depth of the fields of accreditation for the lab?
We mean specifically the results that are generated for use by regulatory agencies in California. And that's directly tied to our purpose. ELAP's purpose is in law to accredit laboratories for results that are going to be used for regulatory use. So to make decisions on public health and the environmental protection. So that's what we accredit for. We're not a commercial accreditation business. So it's connected to our purpose as a program.
And before I hand it over to Judy, for those members of the public who have comments, we will get to you, but we will be prioritizing discussion from ELTAC committee members first. So feel free to raise your hand if you have a specific comment. However, if there's an ELTAC member that wants to speak, we're going to pass it to them first to make sure we get the committee discussion first. And with that,
Judy. I should also say, yeah, thank you, Chris, for that reminder. I should also say we do have a staff member taking notes too and recording comments. Okay, Judy, you're up.
Well, first of all, thank you for the great overview and helping everybody to understand what we're trying to address. One of the things that I kind of wanted, there's a couple questions on here that I feel like with the number of labs and for as long as I've been doing this, which has been a couple of years, that I can help answer some of these questions. One of the things that comes to mind with the tracking of samples, laboratories that we have that are in the New York program absolutely track information that can give this information back. Most of those laboratories aren't doing work in California. We have a couple that are common to both states, but not all. And of course, our California labs, they're not tracking this information. One of the things that, and I think one of the things that makes it so difficult is laboratories, at least from my perspective, don't necessarily see a need to understand the number of samples that they do for a program. We need to understand when a sample comes in, what program we're doing it for. Is it drinking water? Is it wastewater? Is it RCRA or some other program that drives the method and how we handle the sample and preservation and holding time and all of that. But at the end of the day, once we get through that process and report and meet the data users' needs, I can't tell you that I analyzed 500 and however many wastewater samples this week and 10 drinking waters and 400 soils. I can't give you that information by program or by compliance sample because we do samples using those methods for a number of programs and many of them aren't compliance. So we appreciate you hearing the community on that for sure, because I think it would be a great hardship for smaller labs and even some of the bigger labs who don't currently track this information. And I do want to kind of say that from the perspective of laboratories doing this work, we treat all samples the same. Which is another reason why it doesn't really matter to us how the number of samples that we understand coming from a particular program. Our quality program is the same, the methods are the same and get run the same, and they're applied all the way across the board. So I just kind of wanted to make that point just so that everybody understands that, regardless of the number of any things that we do, everything gets treated the same. So it's not a lesser burden on us to do non-compliance work than it is to do compliance work. So there's other things I can comment on, but I know there's a zillion people that want to comment. So I'm going to stop there, but I just kind of wanted to thank you first of all for the overview and just kind of give a little bit of that landscape on why we do and do not track these types of samples. So thank you.
Yeah, we really appreciate that feedback, and those kinds of comments are what really got us to this place of understanding, right? That we can't push this through right now because it wouldn't be successful at this point. So I think what we feel and what we've been directed to do is get to this endpoint, right? But we're not totally committed to this having to be the mechanism, right? I mean, I think I may have mentioned in this meeting, or maybe it was probably in the work group meeting, that one of the questions we've got quite a bit was, well, doesn't ELAC just have all of this data, right? This is state regulatory data, like shouldn't you have a database or the ability to access that? And that would be our dream. Yes, we wish that we did have that and we could push a button, or we could combine these databases and just pull the numbers. But unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. The data enterprise systems, there's at least a dozen of them across different agencies and programs. Many of them don't even ask the laboratory to identify who they are when submitting data. And then there are also programs that don't have databases that track samples. So with drinking water, it would be fairly straightforward, but with all of the other matrices, it's much murkier in terms of, if we could get that information. But again, it's something we have a little bit more time to talk about now with our fellow regulators. So it's still on the table. And I just wanted to make sure everybody kind of had that background information as to why that's not an easy solution or an easy path. I think Peter is up next.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so similar to Judy, I'm just going to make a few overview comments and then let some other folks go before we get into the meat and potatoes of the questions. I think, I'll echo Judy's sentiment that, I think it is very good and that ELAP has decided to go ahead and put a pause on this. I think your willingness to hear the comments from the community and your responsiveness to those comments is a huge boost for you guys in terms of showing your dedication to collaborate and work with the group on this. I think my second sort of overview comment is I do wonder, you had mentioned in one of the earlier slides, going back and re-engaging with the fee committee that you currently have put together. I do wonder whether there may be an advantage to, pausing on that engagement and engaging ELTAC to really look at, what are the needs of ELAP? We totally, we recognize the value that ELAP has and the necessity of having a strong state accrediting agency. And I wonder if, since you're open to potentially looking at other formulas outside of a per sample type of a thing, whether it would be more suited for ELTAC to really try to tear this down a little bit and look at all of the options on the table before re-engaging that fee group. And my reason behind this is, and it's no detriment to any of the labs that were in that original stakeholder group, but that group did conclude that it seemed to be in an okay shape to go to the board for regulatory rulemaking. And I wonder whether soliciting some additional feedback on the overall process as a whole might be advantageous to moving the ball forward and reaching the achieved goals of ELAP being a fully funded program and meeting the cost burden requirements that the board has charged you with.
Yeah, I think we can certainly talk about that internally too, and see which direction we want to go. It's possible that we may utilize both groups and have more. We do have there are a few members from ELTAC who also contributed to that committee as well. And just for a point of clarification, we didn't propose or talk to them at the time about regulatory tracking and needing new language. Kind of the takeaway from that group was that we don't have the data, they don't have the data, and we need to find a mechanism to get it. So it kind of came from after that meeting that we realized we need to, get down this path of finding a way to get that data. So I don't want to make it wrongly seem like they had a stamp of approval on that path when that was something that came afterwards.
Yeah, fair enough, and helpful information to have. And I'll also give you a vote of support for the fact that there are just too many state programs for that data to be put together by a single agency, between wastewater, drinking water, ambient monitoring programs, and the other dozen that are out there. Because those databases aren't linked and don't talk to each other, that's a whole tall hill to climb.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate that comment. I think so. I do see two, Patsy and Adam, members of the public with their hand raised, but before we go to members of the public, I think we have Augustine and then Sushmita following.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, thanks. Thanks for the recap. I think it's, I just want to echo what Judy and Peter said, that we, as a lab community, we do appreciate that you guys are postponing this a little bit. We were very concerned about these changes and how they had burned in our lab and other labs. So we really do appreciate that you guys are working with the lab community to make it happen. The couple things I want to point out on our end is that we do some work for state programs using non-ELAP accredited methods. Like would those also be subject to this kind of requirement? Like if we're doing water reuse work using a method that's not on our FOAs, or not available as a credible method, do we count those too? Like it's just, I think a little bit of clarity in that regard would be helpful. The other thing that came up internally at the lab here when we were discussing it is the model proposed seems a little bit like a tax on revenue from the labs, right? This is something that if, in our experience, a lot of these taxes come through the franchise tax board, right? Is this something that should go through them instead of through ELAP? Because it does seem like a tax on revenue if it's going to be disproportionately geared towards labs, like I think the board mentioned, that are producing more or gaining more economically. And then the other thing that I wanted to ask or bring up is, Christine mentioned that there are I think there's 25% now of labs that you guys expected to have ELAP assessors on site. Since those assessments are in low demand, is it possible to restructure ELAB? I don't know how ELAB is structured, if that's something that's even possible, but would it be possible to kind of shift those resources from folks that were doing assessments to fill those empty positions, or the ones that need filling? Or is the only goal looking at the fee side and not restructuring ELAP?
Yeah. So I think there was a couple questions in there. I can't speak to the first question you asked about the non-accredited methods that are being used for, right? I think that's a question that is a bit more in the weeds, and we would look to like ELTAC or the work group to make a recommendation on that. The franchise tax board question, I understand why you're asking that question. I'm not sure, just from my knowledge of working in the state, I don't know how we would do that and then also get that money for to fund our program, since in law we're required to be funded through the fees that we collect from laboratories. But it's something we can look into for sure, do a little bit of research on. And then the last question, I'm sorry, Augustine, remind me.
So that one. Yeah. The last question is, are we open to restructuring ELAP?
Okay.
Absolutely. We're always open to looking at the positions that we have. Because the assessments have decreased, it would appear that we have less work. And I think the time it takes to do the assessments is definitely what we're decreasing. But as we've said in the regulations adoption, that we are the accreditation decision makers. And so even though the TPAs are doing the assessment and we may have less assessments, we still have to review those reports. We still have to review a lot of things that we hadn't been doing when the program ballooned. But definitely open to always looking at restructuring the program and the number and size that we have.
So thank you.
Okay, I think next we have Sushmita, followed by Judy, and then Melissa.
Hey, thank you, Katie. And again, a lot of kudos for putting this on pause. The lab community cannot thank you enough for that. And I second Peter's thoughts, kind of putting a pause on the fee work group and kind of working it through ELTAC to see if there are other alternatives. But then also on the same note, I'm going to follow it up with what Augustine just commented about restructuring ELAP. I know ELAP kind of had an expert committee several years ago to kind of evaluate its structure as well as the fees and whatnot. So maybe under the new regulations and new structure, maybe it's time to do that again. And before we proceed with the alternatives, because this annual increases in fees, this is a moving target, which will be difficult for labs to kind of comply with. And me being a public agency, we know how difficult that is working into our budgets, especially since the implementation, the effective date is immediate. So just a couple of thoughts. But again, thanks once again for putting a pause on this.
Thanks for those comments, Sushmita. Nice to see you. Okay, Judy, I think you're up again. And then Melissa.
Yeah, and I think hopefully this will be the last comment I'll make. So Smisha brought up something very important, and I think that expanding on it, will make a little bit more sense, at least from my perspective, to talk about right sizing where the program is. So from the standpoint of what other agencies do, I've worked with all 50 agencies at some point during my career, and the interesting thing is many of them do different things but a lot of them have gravitated towards the same over the past 5 to 6 years. And that's with using third-party assessors, or what Christine referred to as TPAs. You see that more and more with the agencies. And, as that happens, the level of assessment that you need within the department becomes less and less. So that you can save, even through attrition, or for whatever reason you lose people, you can save having to replace those positions. And if you know that that's declining, you can plan for that in the future from the standpoint of personnel and moving people around. So I absolutely support what's being said there about right sizing what's needed and understanding that need better. From the standpoint that TPAs are kind of becoming more prevalent, I think that we're seeing some consolidation even in that area, and we're seeing more consistency across the different providers out there. So that market is maturing as well. So, there's a number of states that have adopted that model of using TPAs. And my hope is that, as the different programs change and mature, that we will come to a more unified consensus across the nation, and we will see the NELAC program actually become more of a national program. So with that being said, I can just see where could be some department savings as we move towards a different type of market on how we're serving, assessing the laboratories and giving accreditations. The drinking water program requires that a laboratory certification officer make decisions based on, for accreditation for the drinking water labs. So understanding what Christine said about looking at those reports and spending that time, but you get better at doing that if that's your main role than having to, do assessments and be in and out of the office. And everything becomes more efficient when the roles are better defined. That's my comment.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Judy. I think, we have always said that we are open to looking at the size of ELAP when we get to the time and point that, we feel it's appropriate to do so. And I think you're right that as the industry changes, that time's getting closer and closer. So,
thank you.
Melissa.
Hi. This may be more of a question than an answer to the questions posed, but keeping in mind from my perspective, we're looking at implementing new DLRs, and as the rulemaking actions were required to consider fiscal and economic impacts, this approach to the fee schedule raised in my mind. Has there been any inquiry to the laboratories, or could there be inquiry to the laboratories about if this is going to be a size-based approach to the fee schedule? How much the fee increases pass through? Is there any variability across the type and size of laboratories in terms of how the fee increases pass through to the customers?
So I think I understand what you're asking, Melissa. And one of the, number one comments we heard from folks is that this will pass on to customers. That's how, laboratories will fund the fee change. We did this on such an accelerated time frame that it really didn't allow us the opportunity to work with labs and get really into the weeds about what that would look like for them, especially with different sizes of laboratories like you're asking. So we don't have an exact answer to your question, but it's certainly something that we can look into now that we have some more time to do this kind of research. Does that answer your question, Melissa? Did I follow that okay?
Yes, thank you. I'm just like looking at how immediately do I need to translate this into up to per analysis charges for upcoming regulations right now. So okay. Just I think I'll be following this more closely in the future.
Yeah, and
but
we can absolutely chat offline too, if that's easier.
All right, okay. With that, I don't see any more comments or hands raised from ELTAC members. So we're gonna move through public comments, and I'll ask even the folks who don't have their hands up as well. I did see one question in the Q&A chat that was asking for slide decks. And I feel like I mentioned this earlier, but if I did not, I apologize. I'll have the slide decks available for all the presentations eventually, but give me a couple days to make sure I collate everything. We ideally would like to get them before the meeting commences, but this meeting, as Kate mentioned, a lot of things changed very, very quickly. So we didn't have any slide decks prepared in advance of the meeting. So I'll get you those after to anyone who wants them. So with that, I'm going to move over to Patsy to provide her comment, and I have to click this button to ask her to unmute. Thank you, Patsy.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. First of all, I just want to say, you know, how much I admire all of the work that ELAB has done over the years to adopt the TNI standard. I know it was a big change, but you guys are doing a great job. I also have quite a bit of relief after hearing this today. I apologize, I didn't introduce myself, but I'm Patsy Root. I'm the Senior Manager of Government Affairs for IDEX Water. I had already been getting calls from customers about this, so I was really happy to hear that there's been a delay and there'll be some additional assessment and investigation. I'd like to follow along with what Melissa had mentioned just a few minutes ago regarding financial impact. I think one of the things that would be important for ELTAC and ELAB to do would be to understand the full impact of these changes. I mean, it makes sense to us that the laboratories are going to have an increased fee, so they're going to have an increased fee. But where does it go from there? Because most of the regulatory testing ends up going to the regulators, the state, the county, the city. So it will cost more money for them to actually have the testing done. And I worry about the rural, smaller, you know, disadvantaged communities that have really fixed incomes. And I know you said that you were considering a tiered approach, which is certainly better. But if that laboratory is doing testing for 10, 15, 20 small rural communities, they're still going to pass that along. So what I want us to understand is what, I apologize, I said we. What I want to have the folks understand is what is the full impact of this financial change to support ELAB, and what other, you know, local, county, or state agencies may have repercussions associated with this, and make sure that those are considered as well. All the other comments I was going to say are now moot. So thank you.
Well, that's a really useful comment. I appreciate that perspective.
Yeah, thank you.
I just want to say something or respond to Patsy. Hi, Patsy.
Hi.
So one of the important aspects of the board's position on this is that disadvantaged communities and environmental justice areas are an important part of California. And they have taken the approach in other programs where they have given discounts or percentages off the fees if a water system is within a disadvantaged community or environmental justice area. And so once we get into the discussions of the model, then we can have more discussions about potentially focusing on those areas. This is something we definitely have to talk about because it's what the board members have already asked us to discuss. So, you know, I don't have any answers on what that looks like right now, but I do know we definitely need to think about those parts of California because it's an important area that the board members want us to pay attention to.
Yeah, and they already have very finite resources and budgets. So good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, we'll move on to Adam Watchell.
Hi, yes, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I was a little bit disappointed because I think that ELAP defining a regulatory sample is very important. The scope of what is regulatory, I think, is a lot larger than would be expected. I assume my comments were probably already seen by most. For example, bottled water vendors, hauled water ice samples, private water systems, which of those will be considered. That said, and I can't speak officially for any lab, that I think if there's a vague definition of regulatory, that each lab is going to, gear it in a way that they, they don't want to have fees increased based on this. It seems like a better plan would be to incentivize it somehow, which really I think that is, I think it is an incentive to track regulatory samples. When we have a lot of customers that have non-regulatory samples, and what's the the purpose of them coming to the lab? They can go pick up a sample kit from Home Depot or go to a non-certified lab. I know we lost a lot of customers to a lab that does ISO and not ELAP certification for food safety. So I guess my point is that I definitely support publishing a definition of regulatory samples. And I just think, from thinking about what lab managers would say, is incentivizing. And that's all I had. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Adam. Yeah, that was one of the more common questions, and a lot of folks gave a lot of different examples, Adam included, of asking, well, I don't know if this type of sample would fall into that bucket, and that really needs to be defined. And that's part of the reason for shifting this language to be delayed and to be done later. Just because there is a lot of confusion with that response. ELAP doesn't write all the permits though. So unfortunately, a lot of the times ELAP is not the one who defines what regulatory purposes are, as those are written by Division of Drinking Water for water systems, various permits, orders, policies, plans. We work with 20 plus different agencies, and each one has their own way of defining samples and allowing different laboratories to do different testing. So that's part of another wrinkle in the discussion of how we define and how that gets tracked. With that, I'm going to move on to Debbie.
Okay, let me see. Oh, okay. I guess it's not going to. Oh, there we go. Well, thanks again, and I appreciate this conversation. And I appreciate. Just wanted to also just say to ELAP, I appreciate the efforts that have happened to date with stakeholder outreach. And so in asking these questions on some of these things came up, certainly after we met with that smaller stakeholder group and the language came out, Civiqua met with its laboratory community and with other laboratory communities throughout the state to talk about these issues. And some of the questions that I would love to see ELTAC discuss is, and with ELAP is there other existing information that is out there or easily had? So let me give an example that actually came up in one of our discussions. Number of personnel minus administrative. That what the number of things that you're accredited for. Is there something else that could provide something similar to a volume-based model, or to get towards that area? And then on the issue of regulatory, it really was an issue that continued to bloom. Not only was it really hard that we heard from multiple labs that there was potentially going to be a need to totally change the systems and make it very hard to count, versus just looking at a certain permit and saying, okay, here's the number, here's what we have, we can just calculate it really easily. But looking at the board's presentation, And seeing the 10 plus agencies that were listed, and then hearing earlier, counties, cities, other areas that use it for regulatory purposes, knowing that some of the issues might be like 303D list regulatory purposes that are not necessarily always a required sample. I think that would be something that would be really helpful to tease out if we go down the number of samples route. But really some of the questions also are there other indices that could be used that could get towards that goal? And just to let you know, as a community, we're talking about it. We really look forward to actually a lot of engagement between stakeholders, ELTAC, and ELAP, the ELAP staff on this, because it is important moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Debbie. Yeah, that's definitely one of the questions top of mind for us too. Like, is there an easier measure to accomplish this goal, right? Because if there is, that's what we want to do. We don't want to, this is not easy for us either on our end. This is a ton of work for ELAP as well to go this path. So if we can find a different route that makes it easier for all of us, we are all about it.
With that, I'm going to move on to Allison. Give her the opportunity if she wanted to, because there's a few other folks on the call that asked to speak on this topic, and I want to give them the opportunity to, if they so desire.
Thanks, Chris. So first of all, let me properly introduce myself. I'm Allison McKenzie, and I'm the Executive Vice President for Babcock Laboratories. I'm in semi-retirement. I am a veteran of ELTAC, as many of you know. But more importantly, I want to thank you all at ELAP for putting the pause on this button, because it's clear, and so I reiterate what everybody else has said. It really is a much bigger job to do all of these things than initially I think was conceived. So having said that, I have a couple of additional comments already, and it sort of so the comments from the last different indices that are used made me realize, no, the commercial laboratories who supposedly are benefiting the most are already paying a much higher proportion of, when you consider what the range of ELAP fees goes from. We're already supporting the program just as we did when it was still over in the drinking water, over at public health, and the TNI labs were paying for the entire program, it felt. I know we were not, but that's what it felt like at the time. So I just want to make that observation that the tiering approach for the FOTs and the way that the fees have been developed to date already puts more of the cost on the commercial laboratories. And now, having said that, I also want to reiterate what I shared in my comments to ELAP, which is which has been voiced here also. We need to understand the budget for ELAP. We've been given very little real information about the budget and the cost drivers for ELAP. I understand that in the big picture, the cost drivers have been primarily labor, as they are for all of us, right? Salaries, benefits, and so forth. But beyond that, we have very little information to evaluate the need for further increases. And then piggybacking on Patsy's comments, I want to make sure it's clear that a small laboratory in a rural community or a disadvantaged or a severely disadvantaged community, it's more than just what they're paying as lab accreditation fees, because there are many of us in the lab community who support those many of us in the labs that support those communities. And my feeling is that, and here's where I may say something somewhat controversial, but this is really, it's almost equivalent to a hidden tax and transfer of costs to everyone in the regulated community, to a greater or lesser extent. And my concern is that the small to mid-size agencies who don't have their own laboratories, or who have laboratories with minimal accreditation, are going to bear much greater burden because they subcontract their lab work out than the larger municipal water agencies, who actually need just as much ELAP administration and oversight as the commercial laboratories who are providing, but would, in essence, become the beneficiaries of a tiered or of a volume-based approach. So I apologize. I know I've probably said things, I've stated things that some might not want to hear, but it is a complex situation. And I support ELTAC and what Peter has suggested, where ELTAC takes this and looks at other options for increasing the fees that may be more workable, especially since trying to track the samples on behalf of the program is an even further transfer of cost from the program to the laboratories. And so it's a big problem to solve. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I appreciate all the work that everybody's doing, ELTAC and the ELAP staff. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Allison.
Sorry, I'm just finishing up a note here. With that, I'm going to move to Mary Cousins. If she would like to add any comments.
I really have nothing further to add. I just came to hear the outcome of our comment letter from the Bay Area Clean Water Agencies and wanted to thank you for listening to our comments and also for engaging with our laboratory committee from the ELAP staff. It was very helpful for us, and we're very happy to see the outcome here today. Thanks.
Thanks for coming, Mary.
And then last, we have Spencer. If Spencer would like to add any comments.
Yeah, I'll second what Mary said. Thank you so much for listening to our comments and our feedback. And we greatly appreciate you taking the time to read through all of that and to give us that opportunity. And we look forward to continuing to work on this issue in the future. Thank you.
Thanks. With that, I'll pass it back to Kate or any other member of ELTAC who wants to add anything further after hearing the public comments, which I think we can all agree shares a lot of sentiment to some of the comment letters that have been written by ELTAC members of the public, and folks in general. So Judy, go ahead.
Yep. Hold it. Okay, I'm on mute. Nope, I'm unmuted now. Sorry. Trying to figure out my mute button. Okay, so just kind of curious now that, everybody has kind of talked through this, and there's been a couple of people who've supported, Peter's comment from earlier about, getting ELTAC involved. Would it be worth our while to get a motion to create a subgroup for ELTAC for this? To focus on, working together on maybe some options or some suggestions from ELTAC, for fees. to engage with your team?
I think that that's up to the committee if they want to motion. I mean, I certainly know that we are open to working with ELTAC on this, as well as with the committee that we already have established. So I think that's where you come in.
And then just for a point of clarification, as well, the subcommittee would still be beholden to all of the same rules that ELTAC is for public notice, that kind of thing. So we just wouldn't allow more than a quorum of members, which I think is 7 at the moment.
Okay, so that would be a relatively small committee, at least based on our current size.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and just for reference, I believe we have a dozen on the fees work folder, the work group, the fee stakeholder work group. I think it's 11 or 12 members sitting there, and I think 2 or 3 ELTAC members are included in that group.
Hey, Caitlin, this is Sam. Can you share who's on that committee? Are all the sectors represented?
Yeah, we certainly can. I can't off the top of my head, but I'm happy to get that list for you.
Christine, go ahead, and then Peter.
Yeah, so I just want to say in the past, I don't want you all to think that creating a subcommittee is a big deal. I mean, we would help you. You would need to publicly notice where you're meeting virtually, remotely. It would still, like Chris said, it would still follow Bagley-Keene, but if it's what you want to do, we can help you do that. So don't think that because it's subject to Bagley-Keene that you can't get together.
Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, so Judy, kind of put forth what I was going to bring up. And as a point of rules, can you, Chris, remind us what is the difference between a subcommittee and a work group?
Okay, so anything that and we have legal counsel on here, which I'll flag this question that they might need to answer and correct me. But from what I remember, anything that ELTAC as a committee votes on becomes a subcommittee. And the subcommittee cannot have more than a quorum of members. And it follows the same rule. If you don't vote on anything, committee members individually cannot discuss a topic of more than a quorum. So like you can't have a serial communication. I can't email you and then you email Judy and then Judy emails Carol and blah, blah, blah. So that email chain can't be more than a quorum of members as well. So a work group would be something where, oh, I would like to volunteer as a personal representative, or I would like to volunteer to help, provided that it's not more than a quorum and it's not something that ELTAC is discussing. I hope I got that right.
I think you got it, Chris. A subcommittee is something that ELTAC formally creates. The work group is something that we pulled together, that ELAP pulled together, and that doesn't include a quorum of ELTAC members.
Yes.
So either instance, you can't have a quorum of members.
That's true.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
The subcommittee can, thank you, Allison, for reminding me. The subcommittee can also include non-ELTAC members, but generally we want to focus those on subject matter experts, things like that, right? So that's the subcommittee. I see Kim showing up.
Yeah, I didn't really have anything to add to that. I think you described it well. But yeah.
I'll get to it eventually.
I was trying to find the memo that we'd written on this before, but
yeah, there is a memo floating around somewhere, and I don't remember where that went either.
And if I can just share a bit of the reasoning why we went with the fees work group, why we pulled that together, it's because of the accelerated time frame that the board gave us to do this. They told us put a volume fee in place in 2020, 23, 24, essentially. They wanted us to have that ready now. And so, Obviously, that time frame is crazy fast, and we knew that there's no way we could work through LTACs to get that done just because of the logistical challenges, right? So that's where that need came from for us to be able to move it quicker.
Yeah, no, and fair enough. It wasn't a criticism in any way, shape, or form. I'm just trying to remind myself of, to Judy's point, because we're currently short a number of members until the seats are filled in October. My position kind of remains the same as earlier. I do believe that there is it's a good idea to form a subcommittee within LTAC to talk about this. I do wonder whether it may be beneficial to delay that formation until the remaining chairs are filled to allow the expansion of the number of people that can sit on the committee. But I guess my question procedurally back to you, Chris, would be, can a subcommittee be formed outside of an official LTAC meeting proceeding? In other words, are we beholden to not do this or form the subcommittee until the next time we meet, or can it be formed as long as it's appropriately noticed after the remaining seats are filled in October?
That's a new question.
That is a new question.
Can LTAC make a vote and a motion to do something in the future, Kim?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why that you couldn't, but I'm not sure why you would.
Well, the reason behind that is that I think we could only have 4 people. We could only have 3 people right now on a subcommittee because there's only 7 voting members. So they want to have a bigger number than 3. And so could we potentially say something like, I make a motion to have a subcommittee formed after the additional things where seats are filled, and do they actually have to come back into a meeting setting in order to make that subcommittee happen? It's kind of difficult with not knowing who those seats are going to go to.
Right. I mean, I guess that would be the only thing, is how would we decide who those seats go to?
Judy, you want to jump in here?
Yep, I do. So here's what I'm wondering. If a committee has to be formed during an official meeting, then I would say that what we would do, if we had to do it today, which I'm fine with, we form the committee and reserve the right to up the members of the committee as we add new members to LTAC. So we start out with 3 because that's less than a quorum. And then once we fill the seats, if we want to add a 4th person, because now we have 8 people, or a 5th person because now we've got 10 or whatever, as long as we stay below that quorum, we would like to be able to add based on the number that we have. So we want to right size it based on our size. Could we do that?
Yeah, I think that you could do that. How would you decide? I mean, would you just vote at another? I mean, you could form the committee now, and then at another meeting, just, make a different motion to, increase the size.
To add people?
Yeah, you could do that at another meeting. What I would hesitate for you to do is to create the subcommittee now and reserve a spot for someone, but we don't know who that is. I think that would be
no.
That's not what we would do. Later on we would ask to add to the committee. Not necessarily.
I would just say create the committee now. And then at another meeting, if you want to up the numbers, that's fine.
Okay.
Fair compromise.
That works.
I think we're still in the discussion phase. So I'll move to Christine and then to Shishmita.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I pulled up the members of the focus stakeholder group that we met with. How do I share my screen here? Or do I just want to?
I think it might be easier just to read them out if it's not too long.
So we have 2 members from BSK, Belinda Vega, Michael Ng. We have Orange County Water District, Prem Palmer, the lab director, and Daniel Solis. one of our ELTAC members, Augustin Pieri from WEC, James Forrest from Cal Water, Nilda Cox from Eurofins, Allison McKenzie from Babcock. We have, I don't know this person's name, from Clinical Laboratories, another person from M Basin, I don't know what agency that is, Donna Ferguson that represents Public Health Labs, Shishmita Reddy, our LTAC member as well, Debbie Mackey from Saviqua, Jared Voshkel, and you guys met Spencer Sachs too from CASA. So those were the folks that were invited to the focus stakeholder meeting.
All right, great. We'll move on to Shishmita, whatever.
So is there any benefit of keeping the current work group and then just adding the additional LTAC members who want to be part of that work group? Since the work group really doesn't have a limit on how many LTAC members can be on there? Rather than forming a...
It does. So LTAC members cannot be, in a quorum anywhere, no, in any setting.
Yeah, if we're discussing the topic at ELTAC, you're limited to the number of ELTAC members.
That's why our board members don't go to parties in more than just pairs.
That's a wonderful analogy, Kate.
Yeah, it just applies anywhere you are, and it's not even worth risking it, basically.
So is it 2 or 3 members that can be on either the work group or the committee?
I think it's 3 right now because there's 7 voting members. If I'm correct, Chris, you can tell me I'm wrong, but
I'll have to double check. I think you're correct. I think it's 6 voting members now, though.
So the work group that's already in place has 3 LTAC members on there, correct? Sam, myself, and I think there was a third, Augustine.
Oh, was Sam on it? I did not.
Not Sam, I'm sorry. Prem, I'm sorry now. Yeah, Sam is not on there. So it's Augustine and myself. I thought there was a third member too on there.
Well, I wonder, Caitlin had brought it up. I wonder if there's value in keeping both of the groups going, forming a separate subcommittee within LTAC. And, if we can keep the firewall, if you will, between the two groups, it's not like there's an absence of enough work to do here. So I wonder if you could create a structure in which, one or the other groups feeds into the existing group, and we all put our heads together in a way that keeps the quorum issue at bay, while still being able to put resources into working on this, very important issue.
yeah, I think that's a reasonable suggestion. I mean, we could be the bridge, but we could also have one of the LTAC members be the bridge. If Sushmita or Augustine sits on both of those committees, I don't think there's anything wrong with bringing information back and forth like that. I would definitely look to Kim to confirm that.
I'm sorry, I missed what you just said.
So if we had one member who sat on both the official subcommittee and then also the work group, that could kind of bridge the work between the two and bring information back and forth. Or if ELAP serves that purpose instead of one of those members instead, if there's an issue with that.
Yeah, I think, you wouldn't want to have a serial meeting, where you're sharing that information.
I would think
that
that
one person passing the information back and forth.
I would almost advocate that ELAP is the go-between. Functionally, this is, it's your program, and the decisions and conversations are going to greatly impact you. You have your charge from the board and the goals that we're trying to meet. So, I think in that scenario, I would advocate for ELAP to be the go-between for the groups, as opposed to, it's also just from a consideration of workload standpoint. If you're the one that splits the difference between the two, that's going to be a not insignificant burden for one person. But my 2 cents, and happy to hear what others have to say.
I agree. And can also another question following that is, can LTAC members sit in on the meetings as general public viewing in? Because these meetings are open to public, correct? Both subcommittee as well as work groups?
No, I mean,
you
that's the whole
can't? Okay.
purpose. That's the whole purpose of
Okay.
the subcommittee, so that they're not subject to the same requirements. It's a smaller grouping, not subject to it. I mean, if we that would be the reason why it should be, a subcommittee if we wanted to have that more formality. This is more informal.
So we can sit in, like, for example, if the subcommittee is formed with 3 LTAC members and I'm not in on it and tomorrow is the meeting, I'm more than welcome to sit in on the meeting as a general public wanting to listen and provide comments.
Well, it's not, it doesn't go through the same sort of notice requirements. I mean, if they wanted to call you and invite you, that might be one thing, but it's not noticed in the same way. It is not open to the public necessarily.
And I think the issue also, Sushmita, is that you are a voting member of LTAC, so you can't also be a member of the public. If you come to the fee work, if you went to the subcommittee meeting, what would you do with that information, right? Yeah, I don't think you can wear both hats because you have the voting hat.
Right. Okay, so we are not allowed to view those meetings if you're not on the subcommittee, is what I'm getting out of this. Correct?
I mean, I wouldn't say that you're not allowed. It's just that it's not formally noticed. And if they're noticing it to you, then is that, fair to other people might want to be included too. Once you start going down that route, then it should be a subcommittee. I think the idea of a work group is more that it's informal, that they're brainstorming, they're coming up with some ideas, they're going to come back to the main group.
Oh, no, I was asking more about the subcommittee, Kim. I'm sorry.
No, I understand what you're asking, but I'm just saying that the subcommittee doesn't notice its meetings. The subcommittee's meetings aren't necessarily, open to everyone as a subcommittee's work would be.
And I think just for a point of clarity, that work groups meetings are not publicly noticed because that's informal.
I think that's where the confusion, but the subcommittee meetings are noticed.
Yes.
And they are open to public, correct?
Mm-hmm. A subcommittee, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Judy, I think you're next.
Yeah, so I'm not going to try to confuse this. but I am curious. I do wonder, listening to the differences, I mean, what would the goal of this group be? And whatever that goal is should drive whether or not we're a work group or a subcommittee. Because if a subcommittee requires notification, is that what I'm understanding? And a work group does not. I mean, if the work group is going to be like worker bees or gathering information for a bigger decision, maybe for the bigger group, then maybe the thing to do is to go and gather information and then bring it back and not have to deal with the additional formality. I get it that the size is the same. You still have to stay within the quorum and that sort of thing, but it'll take away some of the other thought process. Does that make sense? And on a work group, can we have guests or experts on a work group? We can.
Yeah, so we do. We have 2 LTAC members, and then the remaining, 9 or 10 are members of the community.
Right. Okay. So for us as LTAC to set up a work group, our own work group, we could have 3 LTAC members, and we could have a few others if we wanted to invite them, correct?
You guys just can't create a work group like that because I think that's a formal action. Like, we have to create the work group. You guys have to say, ELAP, make a work group.
Okay, but this would be in addition to your already made work group. Is that okay?
So what you can, I think, let me try to parse this correctly. So ELAP has our own, I know, yeah. And not to add confusion, but ELAP has our own group of people that we talk to from laboratory communities, that happens to include some LTAC members. I think what you're trying to say is, do you want LTAC to give members of LTAC a specific task and say, hey, you and you, go find this information and next LTAC meeting, come and bring it back and present it to us?
I'm going to defer to my co-team member, Peter, who is also on board with having a subcommittee or a work group, however named. So what are your thoughts, Peter?
Yeah, so I mean, we're all trying to get at the same thing, right? I mean, the interest in this matter is huge. And, you know, the limitations on the number of people that can be included because of the quorum issue is the challenge. So I wonder whether we used the remaining time that we had today to talk about, you know, to Judy's point, or to Chris's sort of directive on this, what can we start charging subgroups, subcommittees, or work groups with going and finding, right? Because I mean, the subcommittee is there to make a decision, produce a document, you know, have a measurable thing. But since we are, you know, based on the various comments that have come through, either, you know, from members of the public, stakeholders, LTAC members, I feel like we are early on in the game here. And I wonder if we can't drill down 2 to 4 very distinct points that can then be put into a work group using the existing fee group that ELAP already has, as well as potentially creating a couple of additional subgroups within LTAC that allow all of the members who may want to have a voice in this perform, and then the subgroups, or Christ, I gotta stop saying subgroups. The working groups can then bring their information and their charge back to the next full LTAC committee member. And then from there, maybe after we distill a round of this down, we can start looking at maybe a formal subcommittee to tackle some of these challenges. And that'll be post the October, so we'll have more members present. So my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, and I just want to summarize and make sure we're all talking and speaking the same way. You want to have individual or a small group of LTAC members do their own data collection, gathering, whatever it may be, and then bring all of those different groups back at the next LTAC.
Yeah, so instead of, you know, I mean, we're all circling around, you know, there's 4 questions on the board that need to be answered. There's the grander question of, is this the appropriate fee structure to be looking at? There's, you know, any number of these numerous considerations, but, you know, I just wonder, instead of trying to put this all in one group's hands to say, hey, this gigantic question, guys, go figure it out, you know, whether we can try to divide and conquer a little bit while making progress on it. And we, you know, we can use the time that we have to talk about what some of those high level questions might be that could then be charged to a work group to collect data and survey members and then bring it back to the next full LTAC meeting.
Yeah, so what you're asking for is action items. Let's get some action items and have folks specific people come back and
I mean, I'll hit the tennis ball back to Judy. We can keep
Yeah, so no, you're saying exactly. I mean, I think we're all saying the same things. We're just saying it differently. So, for instance, I know, at least in my case, I may have collected some information from some other state agencies that would be worth looking at. So, I mean, there's other data out there. So somebody like me who can go out and get that information could go out and get some. I mean, businesses do it all the time. We benchmark with other businesses. And so this is more like a benchmarking exercise where you go out and you understand other successful programs and look at the similarities and differences and see if there's anything you can learn from it. So that's something that I would like to do as a subgroup, now that we've formed a third thing here, subcommittee, work group, now subgroup. No, I'm just kidding. That, you know, that our group could go out and do as an action item. So I would take that on. Then there's other things, obviously, that we could go out and get to help add another piece to the puzzle and bring a different level of understanding maybe. So I think we're all saying the same things. I think what we're trying to decide is what is the least formal way to do this so that but that it doesn't feel like you've got to jump through a bunch of hoops in
Right.
order to accomplish it. I think that's what
Right.
we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, and I think that would be fine. Let's say pairs, right? You pick a partner that could be an LTAC, but you can't talk about it with anyone else who's on LTAC, right? That would prevent the serial meeting. And then everyone will bring their pieces of information and we'll distribute all those pieces of information before the next LTAC meeting. So that way everyone has the information available and everyone can comment on it when it's there. And, you're free to work with whomever you wish to, but so long as it's no more than you and the other LTAC member that you're paired with. Yeah. That's fine. And I'm looking at Kim and she's like, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, great. So now we want to make a list of action items then. That's what I'm
Right.
hearing.
So that's what I was going to ask you. So how do we coordinate that? So sorry, I'm jumping ahead. So go for it.
No, you're perfect. Well, let's let Sam chime in and then we'll move on from there.
Okay, thanks, Chris. This is just another idea, but I mean, it sounds like there's already a focus stakeholder group that's been established through ELAP. So now that we've determined that, we're going to postpone the regulation, maybe go back to this focus group and ask if they can address some of these questions. I feel like it's a pretty good community that Christine had called out in terms of the members of this focus group. So we have a couple of LTAC members on there. If there's anyone else that's interested, I think we can add on one more based on my
We can add
addition.
other folks from the public, but that would be an invite from Christine or Kate.
Okay, and then so that might be an option, and then maybe one of the floating meetings that we have on the books, maybe that we can use that to kind of come back and address this topic specifically.
And then speaking of, and trying to look to the future, I don't know how long it's going to take to fill LTAC positions. I do have to book some of the deputy director's time to do that, which is always a challenge. Once you go much further above Christine, everyone becomes very busy, and getting folks time is an interesting challenge. So I think we want to have the next LTAC meeting that has all of the members, is what I think the goal would be. So in terms of looking towards the future, we want to have the next one sooner rather than later, because this is a topic that we all want to discuss more in detail. So I'm thinking probably either late November, although Thanksgiving makes it a challenge, or early December. Sounds like the next time that would have all of the members. Would that be a good time probably for another LTAC meeting? Seeing a few head nods. Okay. So I'll get that'll be my action item. I'll get a poll out to folks to see, let's book it far in advance as we can. And let's look at the next one be December, and hope that the next suite of LTAC members are all available to come in as well to talk in the future. So having that said, the screen share disappeared. I think we wanted to still discuss the topics that were available on that list, to come up with some action items for different members or pairs of members to bring back to the next meeting. Okay. Peter, go ahead.
That was a false hand raise.
And then to point out to two comments, one for Patsy, who's more than happy to volunteer to help her time providing. So if any one of the LTAC members wants to reach out to her, that's not a problem. Just try to avoid working with too many folks on LTAC. I don't know how the rules for that work for serial meetings. Yes. Okay. I think we've addressed both of those. Okay, great. I'll hand it over to whoever wants to. I'll hand it over to Judy, and Judy can can task folks and direct where the action items go.
Yeah, so I'm looking at these goals for today, and I'm thinking, what guidance would make regulatory info clearer? So I would like to, I mean, if it's something that we need to address, I would like to understand what you mean by more clear. Making regulatory information more clear. What does that mean?
Yeah, so the comments that I remember reading, and just feel free to jump in here, were, Christine, go ahead.
So I think the definition of regulatory purpose is not clear because, you know, in our definition, it's any analysis that is required through a permit, order, or a policy from a state agency that uses ELAP accredited labs. But we know that a lot of samples within laboratories are for, say, the public's drinking water. They may come into your laboratory. Is that regulatory purpose? Is the processing, the analysis of processing samples from your water system, that's not directly like a compliance sample, but it's for the regulation of your water system. Is that regulatory purpose? We need to define what exactly is regulatory purpose. Did you want to add anything, Chris? Other examples?
Yeah, I mean, that's the crux of it. ELAP's rule is anything that's required by an agency that needs data to come from an ELAP accredited laboratory, but we're not those agencies. We don't write those different rules in their variety of different ways. So maybe thinking to translate these to action items, one would be bring examples of at least things that you know about. For the folks that are at commercial labs, maybe you can bring in, like, here's what our chain of custody requires, here's the kinds of information we collect instead, and maybe we can massage that into the different types of things, right? Are you guys collecting what the sample matrix is? Are you collecting specifically what method gets to use, or do you have little boxes for what data enterprise the data gets uploaded to, those kinds of information?
Okay, so that also speaks to the second question. From the standpoint of what info do you collect? 'Cause I mean, you know, to your point, the chain of custody collects a lot of information depending on how your chain of custody is put together. However, just because it's on the chain of custody doesn't mean it goes into a bigger system. So a lot of it is just used right there at the point at which it's received. So I understand this is drink water. I may log it in as a drinking water matrix, but it doesn't necessarily mean, now for drinking water, more than likely it is for compliance. Let's say it's wastewater. Doesn't necessarily mean it's a compliant sample. It may just be a wastewater matrix. It could be for another reason. That doesn't, in most cases, that doesn't get captured just intuitively. Like as mentioned before, in laboratories it's already doing this in New York, do capture that information. But so to find out what labs collect, several of us could go out and talk to, I mean, of course, we can speak for our own labs if we're a commercial lab, but we could go out and talk to, competitor labs. I mean, most of them are going to be, forthwith with information. So we can go get that information. And as an action item, we could, what the action item could be, pick, 3 to 5 other laboratories and come back with this information. But it's not just the question isn't what info do you collect, it's what info do you collect and record in a manner that it can be retrieved. Because right now we collect a lot of information, but we can't necessarily, it's not necessarily put anywhere where we can bring it out of a database.
Great, I like that. When info is collected and how would you retrieve it? Right.
Right. It's
automated, what if I have to look through every chain of custody.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe you would also want to find out how difficult it would be to collect that additional information.
I think maybe the idea here is to back into it. What information do you want? And then we need to find out how many labs actually collect it in a retrievable manner.
Yeah, I mean, I I feel like we almost need to take one step back and kind of look at what are the big bucket issues here, right? So I mean, the top line bucket is an adaptation of the current structure that fits the board's goals and ELAP's needs, a significant change to structure, whatever that may be, whether it's a fee-based per sample structure or whatever, that also fulfills. So I feel like one of the charges and open questions need to be, as sort of Judy brought up earlier, you know, what other examples are out there? What other structures could be considered for use in this case? And so that might be one team of folks is charged. The other team, you know, you look at the high level questions, it's what samples will be counted. And so that speaks to defining what the regulatory is. How does one track and collect that data? And then finally, how does one turn that into a fee structure? So in my mind, those are sort of the four. And then maybe a fifth is actually, you know, what are the economic ramifications of those? And that can go both ways to both what are the economic ramifications on ELAP's operational costs and current structure, as well as what are the financial ramifications downstream for labs that are participating. Now, I know that's 5 topics and we don't have enough people for 5 work groups or even pairs to do it, but I wonder if, and everybody else should feel free to jump in and add to this, but I wonder if we can use those to some extent as the guidances for how we pull these pairs or trios or utilize the existing fee group together. I don't want to get too hung up on trying to get down the road, because a lot of these 4 bullet points are assuming that we're moving to a per sample fee system, and I don't want to lose sight of the fact that there may be other options that are out there.
Right. So what you're suggesting, Peter, is that it's a split effort, really, because to answer these top 4 bullets, the questions to answer today, 4 bullets, it does assume that you're moving to a per volume or a volume-based fee structure. The one at the bottom says we're open to hearing alternative ideas to accomplish the board's goal. So, you know, somebody has to go out and get that information. And then of course the basis for these questions. So I think what you've got is you've got two camps of folks. It's just a matter of the alternative ideas doesn't have these bullet points below it and could absolutely be more than 4 things. You know, just depending on what you're after.
And the alternative group is going to find other options, right? Because we have to assume there's a possibility that Camp 2 comes back and says, here's everything you need, and both ELAP and the community says, well, gee, I don't know that that's going to work. And so I would be remiss if we focus down just on that. So yeah, to some extent, I would advocate for, you know, whether it's 1 or 2 groups out of this, and then the third being the existing one, but we sort of try to bifurcate this out into, you know, if there's the 2 high level camps, what are some sub camps underneath that, and try to distribute those tasks, right? So you, Judy Morgan, have worked in all 50 states with all 50 agencies. I would nominate you to go find the alternatives. And
I'll take it.
Because, you know, I mean, it's suited to your exposure level, right? You know, I mean, PACE is a huge network, they're countrywide. You know, you have a ton of exposure, like that in my mind would be a suitable task there. And I think that, you know, what defines a regulatory sample, I would, you know, nominate somebody from an agency, because I think within that, you know, there is the unanswered, well, maybe it's been answered, but at least in my mind, it's still a little open. You have this interplay between samples that are reported by a contract laboratory, but then that contract laboratory subcontract samples to other contract laboratories. They produce work for an agency who is required to report that on their NPDS self-monitoring reports. So, you know, I think having an agency voice in that group would be beneficial to try to, you know, even if it's not to find answers, maybe if it's just to bring additional questions that need to be answered prior to going down that road, that would be one way to go about it.
No, I agree with your thoughts on that. And there's, you know, I mean, absolutely would take on that alternatives option at the bottom. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think maybe what we're looking for is we're looking for info, so that way folks at the full ELTAC group can kind of parse through those. So maybe here's how, you know, 36 states do it, a fee structure based like this, and 20, I don't know.
Well, no, I mean, that's, you're exactly right, Chris. Because I mean,
Yeah.
again, I don't envision the next time that we come together, we're gonna be able to solve this problem. I don't want to burn the window that we've been allowed to, you know, push this down and keep the conversation going. So I want to make progress on it. But I think, you know, again, it's part of it is, you know, as the slide says, one group certainly needs to be looking at, well, what are other states doing? What are other agencies doing? You know, how do ISO or A2LA labs assess fees? There's lots of different, you know, potential options that are out there. So maybe to move this conversation along, we can, if, and I don't know how the formality of this goes, but I guess I would make a motion to nominate Judy as the head of that group and have her pick a partner that she thinks that's well suited or a volunteer that'd like to be part of that. And maybe we can get that one charged and going, and then we can dive into the other open questions. Sorry, Judy, I didn't mean to like throw you on the spot there, but
no, I'm good with that. And I would, and you know, if it is, you know, if everybody accepts that nomination, I mean, I accept the nomination, but if everybody votes in that favor, I absolutely would love to pick somebody to work with me. Now, I do have a question on that though. You know, as we do this, does it have to be somebody from ELTAC or can we have somebody from, okay.
Yeah, nothing prevents
so
it from being only ELTAC.
Okay, so I could pick somebody like I could pick another regulator from another state if I wanted to. Is that okay? Okay.
Yeah, you can pick as many other people as you want. It's the only limit is on the folks who are on ELTAC as well.
Okay. Okay. So from a formality standpoint, because we're kind of in uncharted waters here, the way we're doing this. So if I'm going to take on leading this second, you know, large bullet to get alternative ideas, what's the actual process there? Peter made a nomination, so I mean, are we good?
I think you're seconding that nomination.
Yes, I am.
If you would like to do a vote, we have to do all votes via roll call because we're not in person.
Okay.
Would you like to motion this for a vote?
I think just for formality's sake, yes, probably so.
Okay. So then let me see. Let me pull up my list of the voting members here. Sushmitha.
What is the motion?
The motion is to task Judy with coming back to the next ELTAC meeting with information relating to how other state agencies do assign fees.
I second, or should I say I agree?
Okay. Yes. And then Lisa Stafford.
Aye.
Lisa said yes. Augustine.
Yeah, it's a yes for me.
Sorry, trying to look at the list and write down notes. And then everyone's name changes. Peter.
Aye.
And then Sam.
Yes.
All right, and then Judy is going to be doing the work. Also yes. All right, unanimous there. All right, Judy, that's your task. You have to come back to the next one with information on how all the other states do it. Pick your partner. You can pick anyone from ELTAC. You can pick anyone from the public. You can pick folks internal to your laboratory. That part doesn't matter, but you're in charge.
Okay, do I need to name a partner today or?
No.
Okay. All right, well, I will contact people accordingly.
Great.
Thank you.
So we got that one taken care of. One of the other action items I had written down was kind of that tackles a little bit of one and mostly of two of the types of information that laboratories are collecting, how easy that is to pull out, and then that information might be translated towards regulatory language in the future, but we would want to know that kind of information ahead of time, moving to the sub bullets of bullet 2. Go ahead.
That kind of goes hand in hand with the definition of regulatory, correct? It's like, what kind of information do you want collected? Like, let me give you an example of a simple back T testing.
Great, yes.
Now the sample, it may be for regulatory purpose, but I'm only required to do total coliform. But for informational purposes, I may do fecal, I may do E. coli. So am I reporting all three? Am I counting all three? Or am I counting every single test that I perform on that compliance sample? Or is it just total coliform that I'm counting because that's what is required in my permit? You know? So it's little things like that that makes this task so much more challenging and it makes it even more challenging for multi-analyte like VOCs or SVOCs. My permit can only require me to collect, like, for example, benzoapyrene. But for informational purposes, I may be analyzing the entire list on my 525. So am I counting all those FOAs as my regulatory samples, or am I just counting the benzoate? So that's where the counting kind of makes it challenging.
Yeah, let me kind of flip this on your head, because you're in a lucky situation in that you both have a permit which has a mandated test and also a laboratory that does the tests, right? So you will be able much easier to identify which ones your permit mandates versus which ones you're doing just in-house process control. Would that be something that you can come back and kind of say, oh, out of the tests that were mandated on the permit, the lab did these other things, or does these other things because the permit mandates this? Would that be something you'd be able to provide?
Not at this point, I wouldn't be able to, because again, because it's the same 525 test code that I would log in my sample for. And if I'm only required for benzoate, but I'm actually doing the entire list, there's no way for me to differentiate that benzoate is the only required parameter versus the entire slew of parameters.
Right, that's what I mean of like our permit mandates benzoate, and then our lab frequently runs this thing.
But all of that is reported to the state though. So now, does that make it regulatory or not? Because, for compliance purposes, it doesn't matter what the frequency is. If I'm testing that sample more frequently, I have to report it. So in a way, it does become a compliance testing for me. So I have to report all of that to the state.
So can I suggest that this is probably going to be one of the tougher and larger items to get into, since there are 2 ELTAC members, one from a public agency and one from a contract lab, on the existing fee structure work group, that this item of determination of how and what and potential pitfalls and challenges of counting regulatory samples gets kicked back to that larger group for consideration. I don't mean to hijack ELAP's already put together group to do this, so you can ignore my suggestion if you want, but I just, in terms of trying to sort out how this just seems to be one of the biggest questions, a little bit of a horse and a cart issue of, well, how do I define regulatory if I can't even define how the samples are going to be counted? So I just wonder whether there's value of putting 2 or 3 additional bullet points together on this, and then charging ELAP's existing fee group with their diversity of members in there to help bring back information that the two ELTAC members that are on that organization can report back to the bigger group in the next meeting.
Yeah, I'll look to Kate and Christine for that one. I am also not on that work group as well. So
Yeah, we can certainly take that question to them. We don't have another meeting scheduled at this point. This has been developing really, really rapidly, as I mentioned earlier. But I think that that's a reasonable question to take to them and to ask for some more detail.
Yeah, I think that, you know, again, because of the way that, because of how close this is to the heart of how the structured system would be set up, I think having a broad diversity of agencies be able to contribute to, as Shushmitha just said, potential pitfalls and how to get over those. My thought would be that this would be a good charge for that group if they're willing to take it up, given that they have a few more members and a little more capacity throughout those different viewpoints, as opposed to just relegating it to one or two members of this group to take on that challenge. And if we need to spend 10 minutes of really fleshing out what those questions are to be able to effectively charge the group, then we can certainly do that with the time that we have here.
and those questions that we're bringing back is what information is the laboratory collecting, and what information is easy to retrieve, or how easy that information is to retrieve. So like the whole list of all of the things that the info that the lab would collect when upon sample receipt, that kind of thing.
Right. In discussing some of the pitfalls that come up both from a commercial side of, what would be the challenges in reorganizing your limbs to recognize this, and and from the agency side, well, if I run one analysis on my permit, but I do 5 others, is that going to count? So those types of questions. I mean, I think the group as a whole, and, if we need to spend 10 minutes and really build on that with some of the other members talking besides me, we can do that too. But I think those really speak to what the heart of executing this type of system would be, outside of what the third one that I'm going to bring up, but I'm going to be quiet now.
I'll let Judy. I know the folks have had their hand raised, but feel free to jump in. For the ELTAC members, you don't need to wait for me to. Everyone's usually quite respectful on not speaking over each other. So that's really what the hand raise function is for. Is not so we don't talk over each other. But go ahead, Judy.
So okay, so one of the things that I just thought about is, talking about what info do you collect, and agree with the discussion. But one thing comes to mind, and it makes me wonder if the question, and maybe this is a different question, or maybe it's another group, or maybe it's an expansion of this one. What types of samples, I'm not even going to use the word compliance. What types of samples do you analyze? And the reason why I say this, because listening to Sushmitha made me think, there's things that we do for regulatory purposes, and then there's ancillary methods that we use that contributes to that. I'll pick on one. Total solids is one of them. It's really not part of a soil method necessarily. It really depends on if the customer asks for wet weight or dry weight. And if they want dry weight, obviously you need to know how much, what the percent moisture is, or the total, the percent moisture. So to do that, you don't necessarily need an accreditation, because that's not regulated, and it's not part of the method. At least in some of the methods, it's not. So I'll say that, if you ask me, I have 10 soil samples, they all had percent moisture done on them. You're going to ask me how many analytes I ran for that sample. Each sample, I ran one. You know, if I'm just looking for benzene, I ran one and I don't count that percent moisture because it's not regulated. It's not being, you know, it's not part of the regulation. Does that make sense? So I think what's going to happen here is you're going to find that there's enough differences in how people view these things that weeding through this and teasing it apart is going to be a little bit hard, because going back to the comment again that Sushmitha made is you've got permitted things, you've got things that are actually on an NPDES permit, then you've got other things that you might run for another reason. And in my eyes, the thing that's permitted is the regulatory compliance piece, and the other is additional information. Doesn't mean that an accredited lab shouldn't run it. Doesn't mean that the quality control is different. What it means is this is for compliance decisions. This is for additional information. And so that's where I think we're going to find that there's a lot of gray and a lot of overlap in the way people look at things. And you know, it's not a bad thing. It's just not super clear. So I just kind of wanted to bring that up, that there's multiple places where those kinds of things happen.
And Judy, I think my intent behind this was to address that exact point with this group, is to, you know, the gray areas, the by sample, by analyte on an NPDES permit, a method you're accredited for. You know, informational purposes. Augustin spoke earlier about some of the recycled water work that they're doing. That's not in a current permit, but is it being used for regulatory decision making? Possibly. So, you know, that is functionally, you know, these are the weedy questions that need to be asked, but that's what the charge of that group would be to define which samples are going to be counted, how the definition of a counted sample is explained, and that kind of speaks to the what is a regulatory sample, and that will feed into the question of what information needs to be collected to effectively track that. You got to define it before you can decide how to track it.
Agreed.
So I just wanted to, that we've got some people in the question and answer who have volunteered to help with defining or providing information. And I noticed them there, and you've got a lot of interested people here.
And so I, you know, because this is, again, assuming you all agree, because this is getting charged back to the existing work group, the desire for those folks to be added, I think is at ELAP's discretion. But, you know, if you've got interested and engaged people, there's a good recipe to get some work done.
I was just going to touch on kind of what Judy said about using like total solids, right? That's not, it's required, but it's not regulatory. And kind of circle back to what I mentioned earlier, that there are methods that we run that, like Peter mentioned, that are not on permits per se, but they're required. But there are other things that are required. So like the reason why Melissa has data for NDMA and drinking water is because there are orders for doing method 521, but method 521 is not accreditable through ELAP. So would that again be something we count as a regulatory sample? It is, right, because it's required, but it's doesn't put any burden on ELAP because it's not accredited. So there's just a lot of gray area all over the place for this stuff.
Well, and I think that's why, you know, kicking it back to your group and the existing fee structure group is like fleshing all of these variations out. I think is a real key to having even the ability to have the conversation about what a change in a sort of per use fee structure would look like. So no, completely agree with the point, Augustin. And I think, you know, since you're already inundated with this type of work, Shush is there, and that group is not insignificant in size, that would be, you know, that would be a good place to house that. So I don't know if Kate or Christine want to speak to whether, you know, that group can take on this charge, or whether you'd rather have it be a different group within ELTAC. But if you are willing to take it on, maybe we can charge the group with those types of questions, you know, functionally bullet point 1 and 2, and let the group sort of flesh out all of the particulars about it. And then, you know, we can see what other items still need to be sorted.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. And as I'm part of that group. If that's okay, I'd be happy to report on that at the next meeting, just like Judy's gonna report on her findings. I could, bring that information back to ELTAC. And then I do think the fee structure group that Christine described would have a lot of insight on these kind of, gray area things.
Yeah, it's sounds much more sizable than you'd be able to get from individual ELTAC members.
But does that mean we don't have any meetings scheduled for that group in the near future? Is Augustine at liberty to schedule that meeting or request a meeting, or should that be initiated with ELAP?
I'll leave that to Kate and Christine, but it sounds like we are going to be initiating that group. It doesn't require the same noticing. Yeah, this is the head nod. It doesn't require the same noticing as an ELTAC meeting because it's just a collection of different individuals. And yeah, I don't want to speak for Kate, but yeah, she's going to be tackling that one and organizing and collecting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll get that going. That's our group, so we'll work on the scheduling.
Yeah, so this is Judy. So it sounds to me like that we've decided that the questions to answer today, the 4 bullet items there, are kind of related in such a manner that the effort really should lie with a group that's focused on gathering this information. So is that where we're going? Okay. And then the second effort is obviously something standalone that's just going to require just kind of recon, going out, getting some information and bringing it back. So, I feel like we're in a good place with this.
I have one more potential.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, that's sort of the economic side of it, right? So, I mean, we've got a group looking at other potential models. We've got a group looking at what questions need to be answered on how to count samples and, how to, collect the appropriate information to count those samples. And in my mind, the last sort of piece that fits into that, assuming we don't look at a completely different structure, is the economics of how a fee structure would be set up for that. So I don't know whether if it was to go to a per sample direction, there would need to be a model that was built based on, and I think ELAP has put forth a couple of examples that Caitlin had and Christine had in their presentation of, flat fee plus or by sample count. And so if it's too early to have that conversation, then fair enough. But I wanted to raise that as sort of, in my mind, that's the last piece that is out there. And within that group, there could be discussion around, looking at the overall, potential economic impact to communities, potential economic impact to ELAP based on the direction that it goes. It could be a discussion around the number of labs that are moving to TPAs and what the economic impact of that looks like. So throwing that out there, that may be a stone too far until we hear reports back from the other 2 groups. But just from a structural standpoint, that's the last one in my mind that sticks out, that's an open and unanswered question.
I had that as a third one as well. And I think it might be a little bit more difficult to predict those, just because we don't even know what the next fee structure would be. So I think that one might be here's info, ELTAC, looking at the data that comes in the next one, ELTAC recommends pursuing this more thoroughly, and then tasking folks after that point might be more advantageous. So we're not spending time working on something that ultimately we don't think is any good. Does anyone else feel like there are some good action items to bring back to help pick a path? Just getting an idea of what other states do. Be a good idea. getting an idea of what info is collected to see if that volume-based charge is a path is a good idea. And so that's the kind of two paths that we have right now. Depending on however that shakes up, that would then lead into the economic one. So anything else that would help move towards a different fee structure or an idea for a different fee structure, what other information would be useful to bring back? For ELTAC to review and discuss.
I can't think of anything right now because what's going to be collected from the other agencies is understanding, you know, their you know, what their staffing looks like, what their revenue looks like, what their fees to their laboratories look like. You know, if there's a two fee structure for public versus private, or I hate to even say that, it's almost commercial non-commercial, because the way I'm seeing some of the differentiation is that it's not just government laboratories that might be, you know, have a different fee structure. It's non-commercial labs, captive labs that are supplying only internal information. So for now I'm just going to use the term commercial non-commercial, but versus going across from state to state. It's interesting. Some of the information that I've already looked at actually has, you know, some differences in the number of staff in this accreditation program versus that one. And then when you look at the mix of laboratories, you find that it's really not that different. So the question comes to mind, why is this different? Well, the services they provide might be a little bit different. So hopefully going to be able to capture a lot of that information and get a better understanding, you know, of what this looks like kind of in different, and it's the bigger states. I mean, you can't compare a program that's a drinking water only program like what Alabama has, or Mississippi that's all they serve is just drinking water. So we're looking at the bigger states. We're looking at Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Texas, you know, Utah, Nevada, some of the states that's got bigger programs and larger fees, and trying to understand what that looks like, you know, from the standpoint of comparison. I mean, because even between and among themselves, they're different, right? So now we've got to look at those differences and just kind of do a little bit of comparison, a little bit of benchmarking, see why there's those differences, and if it makes sense to, you know, to consider one of those models that's already out there. So it looks to me like we've got a good path forward with this information. Is there anything, I mean, in your mind, Chris, I mean, is there anything else that needs to be assigned, so to speak, today?
Not that I have written down from previous discussion. Although I guess I will say, looking back at one of the public comments, one of them said number of personnel at the laboratories might be a better benchmark to use in terms of getting the volume done, number of technical personnel, having that as a correlation. I don't know if that's something that really needs to be assigned to any one person as a task.
Number of personnel in what regard? I'm sorry, Peter. In what regard? I don't know that I understand the comment.
So instead of looking at the volume of samples, looking at the total number of staff that the laboratory has.
I think that goes to the economics of the model. So I would say, unless we are gonna, you know, and I don't disagree with your, you know, sort of cart and horse here, Chris, on this, but unless you're gonna form an economic type of group to look at that aspect of it, I would say that question gets answered when we hear the report back on what the options on structure look like.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just to add a little bit to that, you know, this is an interesting time gathering this information, and you know, for the purpose of trying to understand a good path forward. But to reiterate what someone else mentioned earlier, number of technical staff, size of the laboratory, volume of samples, at the end of the day, the accreditation takes this much time for, you know, regardless of what your lab is doing. So I don't know that I'm not sure where it's going to all apply at some point. I think we just have to know that there's factors and that those factors have to be considered. And at some point, we might eliminate that factor as having any bearing whatsoever on the final outcome. Um, there's a lot of directions that this could go, and I think it's going to be interesting to see the information as it's gathered.
Yeah, and Chris, to add a little bit to that, the number of staff to the number of samples, especially regulatory samples that you process, is not going to be a one-to-one comparison because most public labs, their general purpose is for process control and very minimal for regulatory samples. And we rely on labs like enthalpy and Eurofins for regulatory purposes. So yeah, lab staffing to the regulatory samples that one processes, that may not be a true judge of regulatory testing.
Yeah, so sounds like it's a item to discuss further, if at all, on the next one once we have more info on potential other paths. So I do also want to reiterate, although Judy's going to be tasked with collecting a lot of this info, that doesn't prevent anyone else from collecting the same info. It just prevents you from talking with Judy until the ELTAC meeting comes around. So no one person is prohibited from providing any additional info, and I think I would like to encourage all the folks to come and collect information, kind of regardless of whether you're tasked for it or not, because the more information that we have, I think that's going to be the better to help make a decision on what path ELTAC thinks is going to be a recommendation.
I will say out loud, though, that I'm targeting Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, and Florida, and Texas. So to not duplicate effort, you might not want to go to any of them. Just wanted to add that information.
Good.
There's a lot of programs out there, guys. That's all I'm saying is and there's some that's it's going to really have a bearing on what it looks like, and then there's others that it may or may not reflect or represent, any of the characteristics of the California program. So it's some of it really just comes down to demographics. I mean, what kind of labs are in a given state? How many labs are accredited? How many aren't? How many are not commercial? How many are non-commercial? It's about the comparison and the ratios, and that's what's going to be so intriguing to see is those differences. That's my final comments on that.
I think we're in a good place here.
I do too.
I think we have some ideas of what to bring back for the next one, which will be late November, maybe, or early December, but I will send out a poll to the current ELTAC members and hope that the new ones would be able to make that one as well. And hopefully we can set a date that works for folks and is far enough in advance that we'll get to see everyone in person for the next one. Try to make that one in person, probably in Sacramento, but we might have both locations depending on availabilities of everything. We'll have that one as the trial run to see kind of how well that one location or two locations work, to maybe further include in the next bylaw revision. With that said, pull up my slide deck here. We have just going over the agenda again. Now is the opportunity for open discussion and public comment. If there's anything that wasn't addressed that needs to be addressed. I didn't get any requests to comment on the general action item at the end, but I'll open it up to any of the ELTAC members here. Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to close. I hear and see nothing.
I hear nothing. So I will make the motion to close.
All right. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
All right. A second for both Peter and Lisa. So with that, thank you all for joining. I think we had a pretty excellent discussion today. I am excited to see what the next ELTAC meeting comes and what information we bring there. But thanks for the members of the public who joined and hung around all day. Thanks for those who are watching online, and I will see you all in November or December.
Thanks, Chris. We appreciate the opportunity to have, be able to chime in on this and participate, and and appreciate the public being here today to take part in that as well. So thank you all very much.
So Chris, I just got forwarded a public comment that was sent at 3 o'clock but wasn't addressed. Is it too late to kind of read that comment out, or?
Oh, sure, we can read it out.
Okay, so the comment was, if the New York fee structure that is volume based, it would be good to know details on how they come up with the model, how it was implemented. How did New York answer the same questions we have today prior to them deciding the fee model they took?
Okay.
My quick answer on that is their fee model has been in place for a very long time. I mean, since I came into this industry some time back. So I can get some history on that. I know a number of the folks up there was actually going to collect some information on their program. Anyway, that wasn't going to be part of it, but I'm sure the question can get asked. So as for the origin of it, I don't really know a lot of those details, how the calculations or how they count things up and what the labs have to submit to them in order to do that calculation. I can answer those questions, but the deeper question that you just read, such me, that I don't have a good answer to, but we can get it.
Okay.
Yeah, and my understanding from New York is that all of theirs are set by statute. So the legislature wrote the rules, and they've been the rules for a long time. Yeah. But that'll be something for Judy to bring back.
I will see what I can do.
If anything. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Have a good rest of the week.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye all. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.